Welcome. Quick housekeeping. Let me throw this in now as people are settling down. Today at lunch in Panini, there's a Jackson Wild Collective table meetup. Please try to be there. It is valuable. Jackson Wild is taking place in Wyoming later this year. You want to be part of that collective, believe me. It has done wonders for us. Being part of or being a partner with Jackson Wild over the years has been amazing for us as an organization, and we really want you guys to benefit from that as well. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Patrick.
Good morning, Noel.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you and everyone at NEWF for this kind invitation.
So, I want to jump right in because we are really struggling for time here. And I want to start off by, I met Patrick in Morocco in December. We were on a bus going to an excursion, going to visit a beautiful studio in the desert. And we sat next to each other and introduced ourselves and started speaking about what do we do. And I was telling Patrick, and I was talking about the late Vicky Stone, may her soul rest in peace, who had recently passed away at that particular point. And I was reflecting upon in 2023 at Jackson Wild, there was a Lifetime Achievement Award panel that was taking place at Jackson. And Vicky and her husband Mark have done an amazing and a significant amount of work in terms of wildlife filmmaking in Africa. And I was bemoaning to Patrick that what troubled me, and the reasons for that isn't the issue to go into now. But during that Lifetime Achievement Award panel at Jackson, we were a group of over 30 Africans attending Jackson Wild that year, with a significant amount of Kenyans as well in the room, in our delegation. But in the room was only one African, and that was Dr. Paula Kahumbu. For the rest of the young people that were part of our delegation, they did not find the significance or the importance to attend that session. And it has troubled me ever since. It's troubled me because how can such wealth of knowledge and story and treasure in terms of wisdom and stuff in natural history not find a connection with this new generation of African nature and wildlife filmmakers? And I was saying to Patrick, my fear is that we are going to lose more people who with that amount of knowledge and never have made the connection. And then we started talking about the work that Patrick does. And in my mind, you are a natural history, and I say in my mind because you're very modest. You're a natural history legend, natural history filmmaking legend in this industry. And I was saying to you, I'm so glad that I met you at that particular point, because at that moment, I extended an invitation to Patrick, because I had learned that he had made so many films in Africa. He had so much experience in natural history filmmaking. And I said to him, would you come and share? Would you come and accept our invitation to give back, to come and share with a new generation of young filmmakers dedicated towards protecting the environment and looking to tell these types of stories? He graciously accepted, and I want to thank you again today for being here and for coming to share your wealth of knowledge with us.
Well, thank you very much, Noel, and everyone, as I say, at NEWF for such a great honour to be invited to this incredible event. So thank you very much, and I look forward to sharing all this knowledge I've gained over the years, as best I can in 45 minutes.
I think let's just jump right in, right? Let's start at the beginning. Islands in the African Sky. That was your first film. Can you describe the challenges of filming in the early 90s, especially with the limitations of film rolls, remote locations, I don't even want to know what I obviously, was it your first film, was it in Africa? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So I think I think you just tell us about that.
Yeah, when I was about 27, 28 years old, I was asked, I was working in a company in London as a young researcher, assistant producer, and I had the opportunity to visit Tanzania briefly to meet up with a filmmaker called Hugo van Lawick, who previously had been married to Jane Goodall, and we kind of really clicked together. And then Hugo and the company asked me if I would produce my first wildlife film about the mountains of East Africa. And they'd sold an idea about Kilimanjaro to a broadcaster. And I looked at it and I thought, can we film enough animal behavior on Kilimanjaro for a 50-minute film? And they said, Patrick, you'll be able to film things like lions hunting. They found bones of buffalo at 14,000 feet, So I proposed, well, why don't we make a film about the mountains of East Africa? And so let's film on Mount Kenya and the Aberdares, Oldonya Lengai, and Kilimanjaro. And let's make the mountains our characters, because I didn't want to just do a seasonal film as, on a circular storyline. I thought, how can we bring out the character of these mountains? What I hadn't factored in, of course, was that we then had to climb all these mountains. And in those days, we were shooting on film, on shooting ratios of 20:1, not like today where it's 500:1. We had these cans of film, and we had to walk, of course, everywhere. And we wouldn't get to see our footage for weeks afterwards. So there were all sorts of challenges, and of course, getting everything up to our camps at 14,000 feet. And at one stage, we had to, as well, I think we did a 2-week hike to the summit of Kilimanjaro. But when you start adding tents and camera equipment and food and water, it's a sort of exponential amount of kit. But anyway, that was my first challenge. And as I say, what I really wanted to do with it, I learned that there wasn't lots and lots of animal behavior on these mountains. There was very unique behavior, but as the mountains aged through time, Kilimanjaro is this young volcano still growing, and Mount Kenya is several million years old. Aberdare is something like 6 million years old, and Oldonya Lengai, this very young volcano. So I thought, let's try and bring out the character of these incredible spires. I thought of them when I was up on Kilimanjaro one night. I was listening to music through my old Walkman headset of Gregorian chants, and I thought, it felt to me like I was on these cathedrals in the sky, and I thought about the clouds, and it felt very celestial. And that was suddenly something that I wanted to try and bring to this film. And prior to that, I'll talk a bit more about it later, but like many of us, I came from a biology background. But I learned then all this exciting opportunity about filmcraft. It was like suddenly my eyes were open of how we could use all these tools and these ingredients to tell stories in the most fantastic ways. Anyway, so I'd like to start just by showing you a clip of a sequence. Again, as I mentioned, it was hard to film lots of behavior, but we did some pioneering at the time, pioneering stuff with time-lapse, both of clouds and of plants. And what I'm going to show now is a sequence on Kilimanjaro, which we filmed at night, temperatures like minus 20 degrees, cameras breaking down on little Bolex time-lapse cameras, 16 millimeter. And sometimes we'd wake up and the cameras were frozen and we had no shots. But here is a little clip from the film. And Just one other quick thing. The main film music score, we wrote the lyrics in Swahili, and to try and bring out the character in the lyrics of the different mountains. But this clip just uses a single voice with the theme of the music, but without any lyrics. Okay.
And this was the 90s?
This was in 1990. We made it between 92 and 94. Yeah.
Wow, okay. Looking forward to it. Looking at those time lapses from the 90s, I mean, it brings me to my next question, right? When we were speaking, when we were first speaking, you spoke about significant gear changes in the industry when it comes to technology, right? Could you pinpoint the most impactful technological advancements that have altered your filmmaking process? And how have they changed the way you capture natural behavior?
Yeah, I mean, certainly in the last 30 years, we've gone from standard 16mm film when I started through Super 16, then we went into tapes with Beta, Digibeta, Beta SP, and then on to 4K and digital. And although that has continued, and obviously our shooting ratios have multiplied, as I mentioned, hugely. I think the basic principles of filmmaking remain the same. It's just that we've got an even more amazing toolkit in which to capture behavior. And I think the biggest breakthroughs for me were, first of all, exposure latitude. I mean, when we started that film, we only had about 8 stops. Well, that's now gone up to 11 or whatever. We can film, obviously, at night. We've got the technology to film in so many different ways. And so I think that's the main thing, obviously. And the other big things are things like pre-roll, actually, with capturing animal behavior. That was a major breakthrough. Obviously, we spent hours waiting and then hitting the trigger far too late. That's a massive blessing. And So yeah, and then in terms of just some of the other bits of kit, I mean, I'm no technology expert. I always think about story first, and then what tools do I need to tell that story. But I would say the big things obviously was, Cineflex in terms of, when you think of series like Planet Earth and seeing the landscape from different, scale and perspectives, that was pretty major. And again, on series like The Hunt, using the Cineflex from car level to kind of immerse with things like wild dogs hunting was pretty groundbreaking, I think. Obviously, some years ago I made a 3D film across Africa, and at the time, this was back in 2013, 14, and one of the most ambitious shots we did was putting a cable dolly across 3D camera to go over the lip of the falls. I mean, it took a week to set up that shot, but that was just before drones, of course. And I'm not saying we could have quite got the shot with a drone of going over the lip of Victoria Falls and tilting down. But, again, it was what we wanted to do with that 3D film was give that sense of being carried over the lip of the falls. But other big things, I would say, obviously infrared and thermal cameras have been quite groundbreaking over the years. And more recently, series that, I don't know if, there have been a lot more kind of macro series done about insects and frogs and things like that in more controlled settings. And, one technique has been to use projected back screens on those. And sometimes, all generated as well. Sometimes actual images, sometimes created visual effects images through systems like Unreal Engine. That's been a major change in recent months. So, I see it that there's continually evolving tools, and as I say, it's always good to think about what's your story first, and then what do you need to tell it.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to story, right? You have a background in biology, yet you emphasize the importance of storytelling and the craft of storytelling so often every time that we speak, right? How, balancing factual accuracy with compelling storytelling techniques. You really want to get the shot. You really want to try and have something new, some new behavior. The use of music you mentioned already. You speak about the 4 elements of filmmaking: picture, story, music, and sound. I think I'm hoping you have a sequence that you can show us where how you deliberately, maybe emphasize some of those elements, but maybe just tell us a little bit more broadly around the craft of storytelling and how all of those fit into each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's the bit I love most, as I say, coming from science. Discovering storytelling was the best thing, and I think it took me about 5 years. Once I was in filmmaking, before I started to get a grasp of how to do it. And in very, very simple terms, I often like to think in what is the log line, obviously. If you could summarize your film in one sentence, what is it? And that's a really good starting place. And you have to kind of think about that and think about, obviously, the audience that are going to be watching it and why it's going to appeal to that audience. Very basic. And then what I like to do is, instead of then thinking about all the sequences, I think about what are the story points I want to tell in this film. And so I like to just write out those story points again. It might just be one sentence. So for example, on something like Islands in the African Sky, that first sentence might be, I want to connect the audience with the scale and magnitude of these mountains. It could be as simple as that. And then the second could be, unusual wildlife lives on these mountains, or whatever it might be. But I like to do it like that. So what is the message I want to get across with each story? And then I like to think, okay, so I've got 1,000 stories I could choose from to make this point. What is the best? So it's quite simple, just turning it on its head a bit. And obviously that then requires a lot of research and dedication to find the best stories. And then the other thing I often think about is the emotional journey through that film, okay? I like to think about moments of joy, moments of wonder, moments of awe, moments of fear, moments of love. You know, I think, because you don't want to have like a drama sequence and then a drama sequence and then a drama sequence, and you're left absolutely reeling. You know, it's the pace change as well to think about. I think about who's telling the story. It's really, really important. Are you thinking about a narrator? Are you thinking about an author? Are you thinking about multiple contributors to tell this story? So there's lots of layers to it. And you have 4 elements in filmmaking. You have your script, you have your pictures, you have your sound and your music. And these are 4 wonderful tools to work with. And I don't think in any sequence you can have all 4 going full out. It's just too much for the audience, you know. And so I often like to think which 2 or 2.5 of those elements are leading my story. Is it the script? If it's the script and I'm delivering some really important information, maybe I need quite simple pictures, not very much music, not very much, you know. Or is it the sound? Is it something to do with dialogue or animal communication or something like that? So I think having, again, that thought in your mind, and sometimes it's quite subliminal, you know, but that's quite helpful. And I also like to write out, obviously, scripts, dream scripts before going into filming, because filming is all about teamwork. And you need to be a good communicator and just share, very simple terms, what that vision is for the film. And so everyone on the team, if you're a director, kind of, you know, understands it clearly. And I love kind of those creative discussions where you say, okay, this is my initial idea, what does anyone think? And you just prize then the best ideas out of that, because every idea is a good idea. There's, you know, it's all about teamwork. And that's one of the things I love about the films I've made over the years. I think of them as moments in time where all this wonderful talent has come together and created something very special. And I want everyone on the team to be proud of that. So I'd like to just now quickly show the next clip. And this is a clip from a BBC sequence, a series I worked on called Life. It was a big animal behavior series. And I produced the primates and birds episodes for the series. And this is a love sequence between 2 birds on a lake in Oregon. And I thought the imagery and the beauty of it was so powerful. I wanted minimal narration, and I wanted my words to deliver key points at key times, but just let the action play out. Sometimes I think we have way too much commentary in our films, and also I think in recent years, far too much music, actually. When you look back 40 years ago, there was a lot more sound and narration and storytelling and far less music. Anyway, this is a music sequence, but with minimal narration.
I think that was absolutely perfect in terms of what illustration in terms of let the picture speak for itself. Very minimal narration. It was really, really fantastic. Steph, I hope the community guidelines apply to that scene. Okay, just a little bit more on the craft. I mean, I know we're chasing time, but I wanna. You learned about light and composition from Hugo van Lovik, right? How did working with him shape your cinematic style and understanding of visual storytelling? And I think it's because I think mentors are so important, and role models are so important in this industry. What kind of access did you have to him? How did it, and how did he sort of share some of the stuff with you? I think I'm also interested in.
Yeah, so my early career, I worked in the Serengeti, Tanzania's Serengeti, for 4 or 5 years. And my boss was Hugo van Lauwik, who had had a camp there for 20 years. And he knew the Serengeti inside out. And of course, I came out there as a young filmmaker. And what I learnt from him was that this environment, the fact that he'd spent that time there, he knew, for example, where the best places were for the best camera angles and the best light in different seasons through the year. The Serengeti is a very complex environment, actually. There's lots of great, as many of you will know, flat plains. There's great rolling hillsides. There's fantastic acacia forest. There's great mountains there. And so, but what I learned from him, and it took, again, several years, that there are particular places where things happen, whether it's flowers blooming in the Serengeti for 2 weeks in a particular location, or if you want to get the best composition of migrating wildebeest, but with a backdrop of stunning copies, from which camera angle and which light. And there was real artistry in his work, and the way he composed shots was very cinematic and almost like in thirds, you know, with sky, landscape, and often he'd have the bravery to put animals tiny in frame, but the focus of that frame was very much about the skies or the light or the cloud patterns. Again, thirds in terms of framing, or sometimes more like, or 2/5, 3/5. I mean, very, very interesting. And he taught me again about connection with animal characters and framing and eyes and connecting with the eyes of animals. And always thinking about what's the purpose of the shot. Every single shot in a film has to warrant its place. It has to serve a purpose, you know. And so it was those sorts of things. It was framing, it was beauty with the light. And he said to me, Patrick, always wait till the very, very end of the day, because sometimes, as many of you know, in the Serengeti you get these unbelievable storms and which shower down, but often in the last 30 minutes of the day, as the sun breaks through the bottom of the cloud, it is the most magical time with that golden light and the black skies and everything. And so I think from him and, you know, the incredible team of people I worked with there, I got to understand in some depth one particular ecosystem, and you learn how complex these worlds are and how everything in that world has an important role to play. I remember Hugo once catching me. I was driving far too fast, you know, and I was swinging around in the woodland somewhere, and suddenly there he was sitting, and he at that dinner he said, "Right, Patrick, I think I'm going to confiscate, you know, you're driving your car, you might have to just," he said, "Look, sometimes it's best just to sit and look and listen. Don't go driving around looking for things. Soak up the place, you know." And I learned a lot from that one sentence. It stuck with me for a long, long time. You know, sit, look, listen, soak it up. You know, things happen.
Wow. You've worked on 3D films, right? How did that experience change your perspective on audience engagement? And you know, now there's a lot more buzz about immersive storytelling. Has that changed anything?
Well, yeah, I mean, at the time, I made one 3D cinema film, Enchanted Kingdom, filmed all across Africa, and our ambition with it was to use, because 3D, to immerse, obviously, the audience as deeply as possible with nature. The purpose of the film was very much to, in a world where more and more of us are living in cities and perhaps more and more disengaged from the natural world, what we wanted to do with 3D was to try and suck you into this world and immerse you as viscerally as possible. That was the goal of it. And the structure of the film was to take us into 7 different magical worlds, like realms we wanted. The difficulty with 3D, I mean, obviously there's all the practical difficulties, all the kit and everything, and you have to think about every single shot, and it takes time to get every shot. So there are all these different considerations. But I think for me, this, again, thinking about the senses, as I talked about earlier with music and sound and script, is that the visual hit from watching 3D is so immense that how you then use your sound design and your script it slightly alters that whole balance. And with 3D, obviously, you're thinking about when you want subjects to come out of the screen or be behind and all those sorts of things. So it changed the dynamics of how I thought about the film design in quite a lot of ways. But I think the key thing was thinking about you had more latitude with composition. And I'm going to show a clip now. It's obviously in 2D, but it's from the movie. But it should give you an idea of how long you hold shots and let things play out, and how you can play with composition as well, like placing things. That was the other thing, is you have to think about where the eye is going in frame all the time when you're obviously shooting for a big screen, and as well as the 3D dimension. But anyway, this is the next clip, and it's from the Grumeti River in Tanzania.
Yo! It felt like forever. I'm like, come on! Wow. Okay, I see what you mean about hold it, hold it, hold it. Okay. Wow. All right. So, with an abundance of content available today, how do you believe that natural history filmmakers can cut through and create impactful films that resonate with audiences? I almost just want to add in another question to you, right, and bring it specifically back home to us as well. And maybe you can speak, I know you have a clip for this, but maybe you can speak about this straight after or even into it. How do you see the role of African filmmakers and narratives evolving in the natural history genre? And what new approaches can be taken to avoid misrepresentations of pristine landscapes?
Yeah, so I think, right now there seems to be a really strong demand for original storytelling and much more kind of authored shows, I think, through new eyes and with new perspectives. I think for too long, I know we originally went through very much sort of observational, long lens documentary style. We've gone into more immersive storytelling techniques now. And I think the industry, certainly in the pure natural history space, we've had, certainly in the last 5 or 6 years, quite a glut of, animal behavior series. And I think there's always room to innovate more with new technology, and you mustn't forget that there's always a young audience who's never seen a lion film or a cheetah film or whatever else. And so you must hold that. But I think with all the tools at our disposal and where the audience demand and how people are watching content, there's an amazing scope for a great breadth of different styles and techniques. But I think, as I say, original stories are really in demand. Unique stories now, seen through new eyes and through new perspectives, is really it. And I think, there's both the authored shows and also, for example, and we're going to show a clip shortly, but I was working with Brian Leith Productions, and in fact with some of the audience here, including Gary, who was one of the team. And Manu as well. I'm not sure if Manu's here as well. Yep, on Future of Nature. And these are global environmental series. And what was really original about them, the Age of Nature went out 4 years ago on PBS and BBC Studios and many other broadcasters around the world. And the follow-up is transmitting right now in America, The Future of Nature. And what I love about these series is they're dealing with complex environmental issues around the world. But they feature contributors and stories from grassroots level, to regional, to national, to international level, people from all walks of life working on projects to understand better how nature works and how important nature is for all our futures. And the new series, The Future of Nature, very much looks at carbon drawdown and the way that our ecosystems on Earth, when they're functioning properly and to their full capability, are our best ally in the fight against climate change through all that carbon drawdown. And so that's what the new series, The Future of Nature, is about. But so I think it's these types, I think certainly, the reception that we got to The Age of Nature, and hopefully that we'll get to The Future of Nature, what people really responded well to was that they're solution-based. And they involve people, as I say, from around the world, all walks of life, all caring about the same thing. And, recognizing the importance of nature and our relationship with it. And we'll show that clip in a minute. But I think, so coming back to Africa, obviously it's hard for me to say specifically, but, I think truthful realism now is absolutely key. And Africa is, one of the few continents on Earth, if not the only, with the large proportion of all ecosystems and habitats essentially intact, And I think whilst much of the other world has caused a lot of degradation and problems, Africa has the opportunity now to come up with ways of managing that in a human-nature relationship and find new ways to protect that and live with nature. And I think it's a really, really key time now. It's about truth, accuracy, realism, and not looking at the natural world always through rose-tinted spectacles, But we still need to understand, as I say, a young generation of animals and animal behavior and the important role that they play as well. So, I think celebrate the inspiring people and projects around the world that are working, and so that we can all recognise the true value of nature. That's the essence of it. And I'd like to show a clip now from our past series, The Age of Nature, filmed in China. And again, instead of having to freshly film everything, with this series, we used archive as well as modern day filming, because we have to learn from the past. We have to learn from our mistakes that we've made in the past to move forward into the future, as well as learning from all the good things that we've learned in the past. So anyway, I'd like to show the next clip,
Thank you.
please.
The people.
So Patrick, we're coming to the end, and so you mentioned several turning points in your career. Which of these moments do you think had the most profound impact on your filmmaking approach? And what advice would you give aspiring natural history filmmakers who are just starting out in the industry, particularly in today's rapidly changing media landscape?
Well, I think in terms of my own career, I think it was just learning different storytelling techniques, and there's no one way to tell a story. I think, so I started in the pure natural history space. I then made more animal people documentaries, and I like that challenge of how do you weave humanity and culture with nature. I've always loved thinking laterally. I remember my uncle once saying to me, Patrick, don't just always focus on detail. Try and think laterally. How can you integrate, all these elements? And I think in my filmmaking, it's bringing together sometimes climate, geology, history, humanity, culture, because it's all connected, and nature is very much integrated in all of that. So I think that's a really, really important part. And I think in terms of big breakthroughs, I think as well it's just been storytelling of evolution and different techniques, obviously. So as I said, filming in 3D, and that was a big turning point, and then making global environmental series was a big turning point as well. So I feel like I'm still learning, I'm still progressing. I've got these different skill sets, and I can still do better, and I want to try new things. Recently I made, with Brian Leith Productions, we made a series of very short films, 4 minutes long, for the BBC One show, prime time. But to tell a story in 4 minutes flat is a fantastic challenge. Having made a 90-minute theatrical, a 4-minute story with a lead character and a beginning, middle, and end to that story, and some of the very best filmmakers I know in our industry in the UK have come from that background. So all skills are useful. And, I think, so in terms of advice for aspiring filmmakers, a few key things, I think. Think about yourself and things that motivate you and what your skill sets are, if you can. I know it's not easy to always know, what those are, but never be afraid to ask questions, I think, and never be afraid to try something new, even if it's a little bit daunting. I think I've learned a lot through some of those events, and we all make mistakes. I've learned a lot from the mistakes that I've made sometimes, and that's a good thing if you can take that. And I think the other thing is evolve in yourself, evolve with the times, because the times are always changing. Somebody once said to me, a fact is only a fact, Patrick, for 50 years or something like that. I don't know whether that's true or not, but yeah, views and opinions, knowledge is changing all the time, and I think one needs to go with it, actually, and to share ideas and talk to others. So I think that's it, as I say. But going back to the very, very basic thing, it's about teamwork, and that's to me the most important thing.
I genuinely believe you when you say you are still learning, and because you generally are excited about it. Our chats have been absolutely wonderful, and I can sit and speak to you the whole day. And because we're running out of time, Patrick is here the whole week. He is here the rest of the week. You can seek him out. You can. He's more than happy to share his answer any questions, share his experiences. I'm going to give just one person, a question, and then we're gonna close because we want to start on time. There's a question right there at the back from Tria, who also is just starting out.
You're too kind, Noel. Patrick, what is the one film that you have not yet had a chance to make that you would really love to make?
Okay, it's not a film actually, but I'm going to tell you what I would, in a dream world, I've always wanted to see happen, okay? And I don't know how it would happen, but I'm just going to put it out there to everyone. I love music, as I say in my films, and I would love to do a global 24-hour concert, okay? Wow. where every country in the world participates, okay? And it's a song that goes around the world, and every country takes an animal in that country, okay, which is a really important both for the ecology and the culture and everything else that people really care about. And I'd like, a song sung about that animal, okay? And it's a big fundraising event. It's the world song of the earth for nature, and it goes around the world with the light and the day in 24 hours. And so if that ever happens in my lifetime, I'd be jolly, jolly happy. But how one goes about it, any ideas, please, from anyone? Okay.
We have about 45 countries represented, yeah. Okay, so we got a head start already. Okay, so we have composers. So at lunch, please will you all bring your animal? Let's start with the animal. We'll worry about the song afterwards. Can we just start selecting the animal first? Animal, and with 1 minute to go, Patrick. Once again, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much to you. So much for coming and sharing. For those of you who missed the beginning, I think it's so important that we bring people like you to come and share with us, share your wealth of experience. We thank you for accepting our invitation to come and give back, to come and be a part of our community, to come and see what we are doing. And, like I said, I'm excited that you're just starting out because, maybe we're going to make films together, okay? And we could surely use your expertise and your experience in doing that because, we are just starting out. And so, once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Morris. Quick out.
I will now give it to our lovely panelists to take it away. You're good.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Is this on? Yes. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Rachael Strecker. I lead storytelling grants and programs at National Geographic Society. I'm laughing because my son is giving me the biggest smile. I'm really excited to be moderating this panel and then to have my colleague Munmun moderate our next panel. It's going to work a little bit differently. The first half, we're going to be talking about Field Ready, which is a program housed within National Geographic Society. And the second half, I'm very excited to be joined by my colleague Karen Greenfield. And Munmun is going to and everybody else is going to flip the script and ask us some questions. Karen leads inclusive content at National Geographic Content at Disney. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. One piece of housekeeping here is we're going to have this conversation about mentorship. We're going to make it the most interesting conversation about mentorship you've heard. That's actually very bold, but I know that sometimes panels about mentorship can be the same. It's going to be a little different. And at the end, we're going to take exactly 2 questions before we go into this next panel, after which we will take more questions. So, that being said, if you have more questions for this group of people, hold on to them, okay? So, it is my great pleasure to introduce, first I'm going to start with Christine Lin. Are you seated in order? No, you're not. That's fine. I was going to be very impressed if they were. So Christine is a documentary filmmaker who tells stories at the intersection of ocean protection, birds, and indigenous-led conservation. She directed the short film Watchers of the Land after becoming a National Geographic Explorer in 2021 and lives in San Diego, California, where she's producing an upcoming PBS series about Earth history. Munmun Delaria is a National Geographic explorer. She has been since 2017, which predates me, actually. which is not, I mean, it's not saying that much, but she's the founder and director, producer of Moon Peak Films in India. She produces award-winning documentaries about wildlife conservation, gender, science, communication, and social justice. From Ladakh to Shetland Island, she has worked in some of the remotest places in the planet while delivering high-quality documentaries for broadcasters like Disney Plus, Vice News, and Al Jazeera. Samuel Diaz-Fernandez is an award-winning Colombian director, producer, and cinematographer whose films have screened at South by Southwest, Big Sky, Wild Screen, and Jackson Wild, among others. A Nat Geo explorer also, I don't know if you're sensing a theme here, TEDx speaker, and founder of the School of Slow Media. He's currently co-directing Where the Sun Sets, a feature documentary about ethnic minority communities in Southeast Asia. So what I'm gonna do first is roll a sizzle. You're gonna see a lot of visuals here today about the Field Ready program. This is hot off the press, this is like brand new. I saw like an earlier version of it, so I'm excited to, this is my first time seeing it in some ways too. And then I'll fill in any gaps in knowledge. And I also don't know if I told you who I am. I may have. Sorry, I need more coffee here. My name is Rachael Strecker. I lead storytelling grants and programs at National Geographic Society. Can we roll the first, do we need, oh, thank you.
Hi. No, I don't say hi. Yeah. It's hard being on the other side of the camera. I'm usually there.
I always wondered, I mean, why wasn't there someone who looked like me on TV? So I thought, what could I do? I mean, I found the simplest answer was right in front of me, the camera.
I could see the power of film. So I quit my job as a business analyst and learned editing. And yeah, I started making conservation films.
Filmmaking is a long road. It's a difficult journey. It was through Field Ready that I met my mentor. I hadn't ever had someone who truly was rooting for me every second and still is. And when I think about it, I realize that that's the power of Field Ready.
It is a privilege beyond my wildest imagination.
And growing up watching National Geographic and reading the magazine really just inspired me to get into the world of filmmaking.
Hi everyone, welcome. I'm so excited to spend time with you guys. If you asked me 25 years ago if I would have this job, I probably would have said no way. But I had an amazing group of leaders who trusted me and gave me the chance to prove my knowledge and also to gain knowledge. Now that I'm in this position, that's what I want to do for our Field Ready candidates and mentees.
Growing up in the foothills of Mathiran,
the Pitch Fest, the showcase, their opportunities which are golden.
Being able to pitch directly to National Geographic, it's been an absolute dream come true.
Esa belleza la fuimos perdiendo. Mi experiencia en esto ha sido increíble.
This program made us realize that you can actually think big and dream big.
And then all the different interactions with leaders here have given me an understanding of the industry and the field, the challenges, the opportunities.
Just having that hands-on experience with the cameras, being able to experience that state-of-the-art technology.
I think the Field Ready program is really unique in a sense that it gives us such incredible access to people in the industry, to professionals, to industry leaders, to mentors.
Una de las grandes cosas que aprecio mucho es conocer justo estas personas de diferente parte del mundo con ideas muy bellas.
You also build a network throughout the world of people that are passionate about the same things, but also makes me realize that we're not that different.
This program is great, especially because it's opening doors.
Can you imagine in 10 years we will have inspired 100 new faces and new talent? We're almost halfway there, and I hope when they become leaders and decision makers, they keep the doors open.
Looking at this week so far, it has been just one word: fantastic, mind-blowing, amazing.
Thanks, everyone. Some familiar faces, many of whom are here this week. So we're really excited about that. So just to build out some knowledge about Field Ready, essentially it's a mentorship program. We started it, we didn't expect to do this, but we started it during COVID. And so when we started this, we wanted to basically say, when you receive a grant from National Geographic, you become an explorer. We don't want to just say, here's some money, good luck in this very complicated, challenging, confusing industry. We want to say, good luck, and here's some resources beyond the check to help you succeed in this space. And so what happened is we thought originally that this program was merely going to be, you know, you receive a grant, you apply for this program, and then you are embedded within a film set and production. It so happened that a major pandemic occurred that year, and so we had to pivot. And this is where I just give a ton of credit to our partners at Disney, who we've worked really closely with this entire time, and Jess El-Fadl, who runs this program, who's not here right now, but I have to mention her name if we're talking about this program. And so we pivoted towards a masterclass and mentorship kind of program. And we've built it and adapted it year over year ever since. So you see now we've had 49 fellows over the 5 years, and it is this monthly virtual class. People are paired with mentors, and then they are also embedded to have that field experience as well. I'm going to jump in to now just talk about when you have an opportunity like this, because I want to make this actionable to everybody, and there's a ton of mentorship programs popping up everywhere. The first thing I'll say is apply and be part of them. Seek out mentorship in whatever format it makes sense for you. But I want to start with how you really take advantage of an opportunity like this. So I'm going to start with this group and ask when you began your Field Ready experience, before the program, as you were beginning this journey, what were you looking for in a mentor? And then what specific needs that you had? So when you applied, why, basically? I'm going to start with Samuel.
Perfect. So let's go ahead and roll let's roll the video.
I spent my entire life trying to sneak up on shy animals. These penguins are definitely different.
They teach. They toil. Practice parenting.
Wow.
And act weirdly brave for their size.
To survive here, you've just got to be so tough. That's one of the best things I've ever seen in nature.
They live in unexpected places and do surprising things.
That cliff has got to be 50 feet high. Just when I think penguins have hit their limit, they do something extraordinary.
This Earth Month, National Geographic invites you to uncover the truth about them in black and white. Secrets of the Penguins.
See you later. Have a good day.
So about 5 months ago, I was lucky enough to be in an editing suite somewhere in the middle of London having a conversation with the series showrunner and one of the editors just about the opening sequence of the program. And so I just want to set the stage that was the opportunity that came through Field Ready, but then now go ahead and let's back up about a year to the beginning of the program, where I was sitting on a Zoom call with Jess El-Fadl and the team, and they asked me, what are your needs? What are you looking for in a mentor? And thankfully I'd had the chance to think about it, and I think just the fact that somebody asks you, like, what do you need? That's already heading in the right direction, being needs-based. And so I thought about it, and the first thing that I said, I was like, I've been working in production for about 15 years. I need somebody who knows the lay of the land. I need somebody who can take a step back and can see from development, from idea, all the way to the end of the pipeline, and can give me that zoomed out view in the industry, particularly in natural history, which I do not come from at all. So I was like, please give me somebody who has that kind of perspective. The second thing that I said was, I need somebody who is listening, somebody who listens well, and someone who's process-based. Somebody who understands what it takes to make the thing. It's like we are so fixated, so many of us are just like in the grind, in the hustle, taking our project up the hill, that sometimes it's hard to know how the industry works outside of our own toil. So it's like, what I want is I want to be able to look at a restaurant, the metaphor of the restaurant. I want to see how the kitchen runs at Talesmith. I want to know what are the ingredients that they use, what are their protocols, what are their processes. I want to be able to understand how I do what I do, but with that level of scale, that kind of budget, and those kind of processes. And then the third thing that I said was, well, to be super honest with you, and I remember telling the team, like, I don't know how you're going to receive this, but with all the love and all the care that I have for the white men in my life, please don't let it be a white man. And the reason was because as I've navigated my career, I've had to, and many of us have had to, in a white, male-dominant industry, to have clients, producers, executive producers, and I wanted to be with somebody, a mentor who could speak from a lived experience of resistance and navigating what it meant to kind of like scale up through code switching, but also having the boldness to be themselves in these spaces. And I remember there was a little bit of like oh, this is an interesting request, but they asked, right? And the answer to that was Ruth Roberts from Talesmith, and she is wonderful. She made my experience what it was. And just to kind of conclude quickly, Ruth is incredible. She is a listener. She's somebody who met me, like she never looked down on me. We were always equals. Willing to say, I think that, for this deck, for this development of this project, you're not thinking like an industry person. You're not thinking natural history here. But she was always willing to say, trust your instinct. That instinct is correct. Develop that instinct. And in doing so those were 3 ways. And Ruth, again, if she's watching, or for the record, she was just I was so lucky to have her.
Christine. Thanks, Samuel. Can you all hear me? Cool. I like how definitive you were about like who you want in a mentor, and I kind of want to talk about my process, which is on the other side of it is knowing yourself. And I really like to, for even beginning a program like this, like what exactly do I want? And how I got there was goals. So how many of you, especially with underwater filmmaking, because my passions lie in ocean conservation. And another one was developing my own personal project of documenting stories of indigenous Amis women in Taiwan and their relationship with the ocean, because my grandmother from Taiwan is from that community. And my third one was guidance on distributing my Nat Geo funded film, Watchers of the Land. And so just being as specific as possible really helped me define what I wanted to look for in a mentor. And so it was nice to check in, because like for mentors, you usually meet periodically once every month, once every couple weeks. And so I'd always go back to these 3 goals. And in the end, we were able to look at what we accomplished over this period. So for the first one, for my Field Ready externship, I shot a tide pool sequence for the National Parks USA series on National Geographic with this really cool Laowa probe lens, which I'd never used before. And I also was able to get involved with an indigenous ocean conservation workshop in Taiwan, just from really brainstorming this development process. And then for the film that I shot, I was able to release Watchers of the Land on National Geographic's short film showcase, as well as Water Bear Network. And I learned about this short film showcase during the Field Ready program. So yeah, those are just some examples. And also, just to wrap it up for this section, I also want to emphasize, it's not just what you want to learn from your mentors, it's also like what you can bring to the table as well. Like we all have so much value. And I think that's something I wish I knew in the beginning. Like that's something I've learned throughout all these programs, is that you have a lot to bring to the table as well. So also keep in mind what your mentor can learn from you, and that can help you guide the process. Thank you. Munmun.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, so I think very similar to the both of you. I'd been producing documentaries in India for about 10 years until this opportunity came. And I think one thing I'd like to say which baffled me after I entered this program was I just don't think India had a culture of mentorship. And I don't want to generalize it, but I think a lot of us have faced that in our mid to early career. So just the idea that somebody was just there to support you was baffling to me. So every part of this process has been mind-opening and so warm, and I just honestly didn't believe that this is happening. So just as a woman in India to make films has been an uphill challenge every day. So after 10 years of just self-producing films, mostly based on grants, fellowships, and maybe some smaller films here and there, that's what I was kind of doing on my own and learning to produce more and more alone as a production house. I think I just really needed to see a woman as a mentor who is running her own company, who has connections, has made films, has run a big organization. So I was lucky in India. I had worked with Rita Banerjee, who's one of the first female wildlife filmmakers in India ever. I happened to be with her in Delhi, and she was one of the most inclusive and warm people I've ever met. That hasn't happened in the rest of my career with a lot of the men, sadly, that I've worked with in India. And I was pretty honest, again, in my request to Nat Geo, which was, can I have a woman who's perhaps not from my country, who would, not compete with me and still like support me. So I think Vanessa Berlowitz was from Wildstar Films in Bristol was absolutely perfect for that. And the doors that have opened for me there in terms of learning everything, in terms of the different productions that were going on there, and also I actually, in terms of my goals, my list was like 10 pages. I said, I give me everything. Like, I need to learn how to budget. I want to log. I want to edit. I want to shoot. I was like, I want to run my organization in a way that I know everything and I'm able to inclusively hire people once I'm back in India and use all of that knowledge. So, yeah.
All right, we're going to talk about lessons learned through perhaps, I don't know if I want to say mistakes, but yeah, like anything you would have done differently or anything you learned from this process. Munmun, we're going to go back to you at the beginning.
Lessons. I think it was my first time working and moving to a new country as an adult. So I think some basic life logistics were my biggest lessons. I didn't realize, I mean, we all know India is one of the worst passports you can have in terms of traveling abroad. And the realization, just what that means as a producer in this world really hit me hard when I had to move to the UK. So just basic logistics of visas and learning how companies need to sponsor you and what that means for your day-to-day life. I think those were some of the things that were huge learnings for me. And actually at Wildstar, I was able to work with the HR person in the office to help other people, if they're coming from other countries, to have like a list of things that maybe the company can help them with. Because it was just a lot of navigation on top of, trying to fill your career goals to also like figure out your life. So I think that was a huge learning for me.
I think you have a clip for this, but I don't know if you want to show it right now or later.
Slowly, I get used to the habits of the people and their animals. I try not to cause them trouble. They barely know I'm here. Moving until at last a forest up ahead. My childhood memories come flooding back to me. The rest of my forest companions are here.
had to explain that video a little bit. I'm sorry.
And they asked me to apply the second year. So not saying this always happens, because sometimes applications just get lost, but I think the important thing to take away is that if it's something that truly interests you, if you're following what like really ignites your passions, don't be afraid to apply. And you can always take it as a learning experience.
Thank you.
So I'm going to connect a little bit of what you said and a little bit of what Munmun said, which is the importance of peer mentorship. For me, this whole idea of community care is so important, and I'm going to talk about Chia, Lucia Flores. If you haven't met her yet, she's right over there. An incredible filmmaker, also part of the South to South cohort, yes. And when we were talking about our externships and where we would do it, one of the options is actually to go into the field. The Talesmith team had said, you can go to film penguins in Argentina, you can go for Shark Week in South Africa, and all of that seems really incredible and exciting. But for a variety of reasons, and Chia had her own set of opportunities, for a variety of reasons, which I can talk about later, outside of this panel, we chose to go to the UK, to London. And we also chose to go together, which kind of surprised Jess, to be honest. I remember the conversation and the team where they're like, well, we would like people to have like their own separate experiences. We're like, you know what? We are in our late 30s. We have, again, we're exhausted. We're going to the UK. We both have lived extensively in other places. We've filmed on all 5 continents, but there's something about this need for support with each other and processing together as Latinos in the middle of London that felt really, really important. And I remember arriving in the UK after all of this logistical nightmares. I think we talked about immigration, just like trauma. And I remember arriving in London, and it was gray every day, and an hour commute, and it was just drizzling all the time. And then by the end of that week, we'd meet after lunch. By the end of that week, there was a protest for Palestine. And I remember walking through that protest with, I think, close to 800,000 people, and just, I'm as resilient as I am sensitive. I'm a profoundly sensitive person. I think part of my artistry and my work comes from that sensitivity. But I remember just being in that protest and just feeling everything. And I remember Chia was at the end, and I remember seeing you, and we ran to each other and just and we cried, and there was tears. And I think that set the tone for 4 weeks of being Latinos in the middle of London. And again, I'm not complaining by a long shot. It's an incredible opportunity. But that need for psychological support and community support strikes at the heart of what Auntie B said, which is the part about remembering who you are. It's so easy as immigrants, diaspora, refugees, asylum seekers, as any of us leaving our homeland and being in another place and just assimilating and just being in a position of reactivity. And having Chia there as a peer mentor, as my friend, as somebody that we could process through, was vital to our process of making sense of what this meant, but also to remember who we were as people and as artists in the midst of all this and what we wanted to do with that moving forward.
I'm really struck by the fact that you knew that you needed that, right? And that, it goes back to the answers to the first question, which is it seems that each of you were so incredibly intentional going into this process, which I think if we take away anything from this panel, it's that sort of don't go in being like, I guess I'll see what happens. You knew what you needed, and you had your very specific goals defined, and that seems like it made a lot of difference. Is going to be about what role mentorship plays in your life right now. It's kind of this arc of this panel is, before Field Ready, now, and in what ways Field Ready has prepared you or had an impact on your work in the future. We're going to start with Christine, and I think you have a clip as well.
Yeah. Maybe I'll talk first, and then we'll play the clip next. But I would say what I really took away from this mentorship was learning about not just being a mentee, but kind of taking that and turning it into the role of being a mentor. So for my externship, I was able to go to the Olympic National Park to film a sequence on tide pools, which is my love. I love little tide pool creatures. And I was able to learn, actual technical skills. One, which I mentioned, is underwater filmmaking with this Laowa probe lens. And what I really appreciated was having the space from my mentor, Tom Winston from Grizzly Creek, to really like practice trial and error and just having, you know, being able to make mistakes, which kind of goes into the second question as well. And just, I remember the first day I was filming these, they were sustainably collected anemones, like wild anemones by It is a 1 hour live show that's broadcast on Zoom and on YouTube with students varying ages from like lower to middle school. And it's a chance for National Geographic explorers to really connect and engage with students. And so what I wanted to bring home as, you know, now I was in this role of a mentor while I was going through this Field Ready program. What I really enjoy is like emphasizing connecting to nature in your own backyard. And so I brought that to the Field Ready, to the Explore Classroom session. I was like, you don't need to go to the most remote, most extreme places to appreciate nature. You can just go, look at the birds, which I always love. And for me, I'm lucky to live near tide pools now. So for me, I was talking about this process. And I also was just able to, you know, engage with these students one-on-one. Well, not one-on-one, it was with live, but in person, kind of, you know, this back and forth. And it was really cool just hearing from them. They were like, we asked them what they wanted to film and what they wanted to shoot. And someone said red pandas, someone else said coyotes in their neighborhood. So I think it really helped me hone in on like what kind of mentor I want to be as I was learning to be a mentee. And this Explore Classroom session ended up reaching more than 400 classrooms and 11,000 students. So I just thought it was such a rewarding experience. And yeah, I'll end with a clip that is a little intro to the classroom and also a sequence from the Olympic National Park episode.
But first, she's going to take us to the tide pools in San Diego to tell us more about her current project. Let's join with Christine in the field.
Hi there, my name is Christine Lin. I'm a National Geographic explorer and I'm a documentary filmmaker. So right now I'm at the Ocean Beach tide pools in San Diego and I'm filming some tide pool creatures for an upcoming TV show for National Geographic.
High tide is go time. The world comes alive once more. This constant environmental churn leaves many casualties and opportunities. Hundreds of hardy species withstand the daily ebb and flow of Olympic's intertidal zone.
So Field Ready was incredibly transformative for me, hugely, in part because Ruth is an absolute ace at what she does, which is being head of development for TaleSmith. And part of what came out of that process, especially again talking to Lucia, with Chia, was the question of like, well, what do we want to do with that now? Because typically we work alone or with very small teams, but we don't have this head for doing development across just like multiple projects, like just throwing things at the wall and being, would that work for this market? What about this market? What about this? So this is a little bit of a soft launch for something that is actually that we're working on right now, which is called Cauce for now, which means riverbed, or the space through which river flows. And we're developing a development incubator for the Americas and Latin America. We can go to the next slide. And the text is up there, and I'll read just the first one. Cauce is a development incubator specializing in nonfiction, unscripted series and feature films, exploring stories of the natural world from Latin America and its diaspora. And what we saw, especially with our Nat Geo explorers and with all the networks that we have across not just Latin America, but the diaspora in Spain, in the USA, there's all these stories that, I mean, Nat Geo is catching so many incredible people, but there's people outside of the boundaries of Nat Geo who have incredible stories, indigenous storytellers all across the continent. We were like, well, what if we could help be the funnel, not just to making them, but to bringing them to market? We could help packaging them, creating decks and doing that, especially in a time when there's a lot of soul searching in the UK and in North America around the whole notion of where the market is going and where the industry is going. So just in the spirit of time, if we can go to the next slide, we also brought another field-ready fellow, Nat Geo explorer, Venezuelan, living in Mexico, Angel Linares. He is a field-ready fellow right now. And I just want to end with the following. The most beautiful thing about this endeavor that the three of us are actively in right now is that we found people, filmmakers, just in Spanish we say, son crack. Angel es un crack. He's an incredible filmmaker. Chia is, her films have played at Sundance. Skilled craftspeople, but we connect on values. We know what we stand for. We remind each other why we're doing it. And so we're looking for long-term sustainability. Without Field Ready, that kind of reflection to action would have been impossible, or would have taken a long time. And we met through Field Ready. So this is cooking right now, and I'm just so grateful.
Thank you, Samuel. And thank you for giving us this idea as well. I think we're all just, even in India and Asia, there's a lot of us just scattered producers trying to, make really small budget films and trying to sell them to broadcasters, and there's a huge gap in the middle, which is what I think we should also band together and work towards. I started my mentorship journey with my first mentor, who was Rita Banerjee in India, and she is an incredible inspiration to me, not just for her films, but mostly because of what she's given back. And I think I just want to be remembered for working in Green Hub. This is the kind of, it's a new sort of organization in India that Rita Banerjee has started called the Green Hub. She has, there's 3 centers of this in Northeast India, Central India, and now Northern India. Each part of India is so different and has such specific needs that, so this is a program for marginalized and mostly indigenous filmmakers from these areas to make their own films. So it's a 1-year fellowship where 20 to 25 students are taken each year to teach them filmmaking from scratch. They have to have no previous knowledge, just an interest in environment, wildlife, or social work, which are the things I care about. And I never thought that in my Himalayan village backgrounds, I would ever be able to see film schools where I could just walk in and interact with students on and teach. So last December in Jan, so this is the first ever batch of the Western Himalayan filmmakers in my region, and I was just, as soon as I heard the program has come to my region, I just contacted my mentor and I said, how can I help? Like, what can I do? So I just took a couple of storytelling labs with the first batch, and I think they enjoyed it, so I will be going back again this year. I think I enjoyed it more than them, just to be able to sit and reflect on the films we've made in this region, about this region, and to finally have people watching it who these films actually matter to was something I never thought I would see in my lifetime in India. So I'm really glad to be a part of this cohort, and I'm really excited to go back actually next month and see the second batch of indigenous wildlife filmmakers from the Western Himalayas. So yeah, thank you.
I lied. We are going to have one question right now, because we're already a little behind. But please hold on to additional questions, because we'll have time after this next session. Thank you. Does anyone have a question?
Action.
No worries. You can think about it for the next during the next session, if no questions right now. All right, I will then, it's really my pleasure to invite Karen Greenfield up to the stage. And to pass the mic to Karen, but I'm going to have Munmun introduce Karen.
Hello. It is my honor to introduce Karen Greenfield on the stage. She is the Senior Vice President of Inclusive Content and Engagement for National Geographic, responsible for inclusive content strategies for all the platforms, including television, magazine, digital, and social media. Karen's very passionate about mentorship herself. She leads the National Geographic Scholarship Program for students who attend historically Black colleges or universities in America. She is also the recipient of the 2023 ColorCom 28 Award that recognizes the leadership and impact of Black executive women in communications who have influenced and transformed communities. We are very, very excited to have you here and hope you can share lots of wisdom with the rest of us.
Thank you. I will do my best. Thank you all so much for being here. I want to thank Noel and Pragna and our partners at NGS for inviting me to be here. I do want to start by saying, think about, as we talked about mentorship, think about your mission statement. Think about your elevator pitch when someone meets you to say, you know, who are you and what do you want to do? And I will start with mine as I introduce, you know, what my role is at National Geographic through this sizzle. But my elevator pitch or my mission statement is I use my lived experience, empathy, and emotional intelligence to connect people and ideas towards authentic and inclusive storytelling. So when people say, oh, that sounds interesting, how do you do that? I'm going to show this sizzle to tell you how.
Action! The only way you can change the world is with stories. People want to hear it, they want to listen.
Oh, we can go further than that.
It's time to step into the unknown.
Yeah!
There has to be something else out there, something bigger.
The vision of the future with our flavor added to the mix.
Forget the naysayers, forget the old attitude, forget the boundaries.
I'm a bridge between two cultures, and I see the beauty in that.
There's value to telling my own story.
I want to make a difference in people's lives. I don't want to be the best. I don't want to be the best. I just want to be the change.
Being a beacon of inspiration is really important. Yes!
It's encouraging the sense of community.
We need to continue to hold each other up.
I'm ready.
We choose to do what we do, and we do it intentionally.
There couldn't be more necessity for strong, fresh voices.
Thank you. I think that's the first time all of us have watched it. That's incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask the both of you to open us up with the difference between National Geographic Society and National Geographic Partners? I think that's something that confuses us all. Rachel, do you want to?
Sometimes it confuses us. What? I'll let you start with NGS and then I'll go into the Disney side of the business.
All right. NGS, National Geographic Society, is an organization which uses the power of science, storytelling, education, and exploration to illuminate and protect the wonder of our world. Another way to think about it is we give money as grants and create programs that try to forward those goals in many different kinds of ways.
And then we take that strong mission and we partner with Storytelling Excellence and we solicit ideas from explorers and the great conservation work that you all do in this room, and we make great storytelling where we aim to tell gripping entertainment stories that build a greater connection to our world.
Karen, can you just really quickly talk about like the Disney Nat Geo piece?
Yes.
Disney owns.
Correct. So National Geographic Society and the Walt Disney Company has a joint venture. And that joint venture connects the conservation arm for not-for-profit to the entertainment arm within Disney. So Disney licenses really the brand from National Geographic Society through entertainment.
Did everyone get that?
Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
It's complicated.
So it's not-for-profit, for-profit entertainment. The for-profit entertainment part is television, the streaming, the magazine, social media, digital, consumer products, and books, and travel and experiences.
And we fund storytellers, scientists, educators. I sit on the storytelling side, and so if you have a great idea that you're really excited about producing and you need funding for it, you come to us.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you for that clarification. I think all of us are very inspired by where you both have reached in your careers. So I'd like to ask you to share some experiences on mentorship. It could either be as a mentor or a mentee in your career and how it has impacted you. Who would like to go first?
I mean, I'll go first. You all talked about taking your experience with mentorship and turning them to the point where you become the mentors. The same thing happened throughout my career. I am for sure the product of the proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. So I was mentored by everyone, the bus driver, the person in the kitchen in my elementary school who helped cook my meals or heat my meals, because my grandmother wouldn't allow me to eat sandwiches. So I was embarrassed to have to heat all of this food. Anyway, that's another story for another day. You know, high school, being told that I was gifted with storytelling and encouraging me to go into storytelling, to going into college, realizing I was going down one path and maybe that path wasn't best for me and maybe the best way was behind the camera. So appreciating that mentorship, because all of that allowed me to be where I am. And as I matriculated through National Geographic, that's where sponsorship became important. And I do think there is a slight difference or an extension of mentorship to sponsorship. And sponsorship is people saying your name in rooms that you are not present in. And so I greatly benefited from both mentorship and sponsorship. And because of that, I became a mentor at National Geographic. So I've been at National Geographic for 26 years. Yes, thank you. I like to tell people I started when I was 10 years old, but just a little joke. But I always say when people start, when I started National Geographic in 1997, I didn't see a lot of people who looked like me. And so now when I see people come through the doors who are underrepresented for sure, I make it a point to introduce myself. I've always pegged myself as the greeter and the person who will take you to coffee and lunch, and to let you know that you have someone here supporting and guiding, because I had that same thing, and I just believe that we all should be paying it forward.
So I was a photojournalist in my previous career, and when I think about some of the most powerful mentors for me, I will just say I was not as intentional as all of you when I went, and you know, I didn't even have sort of the kind of formalized mentorship experiences that we're talking about. I don't know that if I had, I would have been as intentional as you. So that's an incredible.
I agree. I didn't have that.
So good. But I do think intrinsically I sought out two different forms of mentorship, and one was somebody who really pushed me hard, right? And I think about a mentor named John White, who's an incredible photographer in Chicago. And he was a professor of mine, and I would put my photos on the wall and just get ready to sort of have him tear them apart metaphorically. And it was really hard, and it also made me better. So having somebody who really pushed me to perfect the craft and who was dogged in his pursuit of helping me to do that, understanding that it was because he cared about me was really critical. And then I would say there's other kinds of mentors who I really sought out when I needed somebody to be nice to me. Not that John was incredibly nice and caring, but somebody where I could complain or say something isn't going well, and who were sort of a nurturing kind of mentor. And I think both are critical. One in isolation is not helpful. And so those are, when I think about mentorship, those are two things that come to mind.
Thank you. I think, I didn't know you were in Nat Geo for 26 years, Erin.
Yes.
Would you be able to share a little bit of that professional journey? Because I think a lot of us eventually want to get there.
Sure. You know, I always knew I wanted to be a storyteller. I shared with, I think, 2 people in this room last night after dinner as we were dancing and partying that my first goal of being a storyteller is I wanted to be a rapper. Hip hop and rap music are definitely a passion of mine. But when I realized I couldn't make a living out of that, it didn't work out for me. I wasn't going to be the next Salt and Pepper.
We're going to need a performance at some point. Just saying.
I wanted to go into television. And the inspiration was Oprah Winfrey for me. I am a true Gen Xer, which means I grew up on television a lot, and seeing Oprah Winfrey on my airwaves as a brown-skinned, full-figured woman who looked like she could be one of my aunties, who was unapologetic about her success, and is the reason why my mission statement is my mission statement, because I do believe she connected different perspectives for better understanding. And I said, that's who and what I want to do and be. And I majored in broadcast journalism with a minor in African American studies. And my passion has always been to use storytelling and different forms of media to tell stories of the Black experience. And that has always been my passion. And I embraced pivots, and I'm only telling you this story in hopes of encouragement and inspiration to embrace the pivots, because I knew what my passion was, and I never lost sight of my passion throughout my journey, specifically 26 years at National Geographic. I am perhaps the only person for sure on the television side of the business within the Walt Disney Company arm of National Geographic that has held every position from entry-level post-production coordinator all the way to senior vice president of 3 different disciplines. That takes patience, that takes perseverance. Thank you. And also, it takes never losing sight of your passion. So my journey, I hope, will encourage you to never lose sight of your passion, to embrace the pivots, because I didn't have a plan. I wasn't, as Rachael said, as intentional as these 3 individuals here. I sort of, you know, I do believe my steps were always divinely ordered, but I sort of went over here, okay, from post-production, I decided to go into, you know, managing 16 edit suites and scheduling edit suites to production management. Then being called by, I would dare say, my biggest mentor, and one of the reasons why I am sitting in this chair, and that's Jeff Daniels, who's the former general manager of Nat Geo Wild, who trusted me to take on roles that had never existed within National Geographic, even when I didn't trust myself to do that. I suffered from amazing imposter syndrome. And I will say that just because a position doesn't exist does not mean you cannot make it so, because every position I have held, from director to vice president to senior vice president of 3 different disciplines, never existed at National Geographic before me. And I say that with a a life lesson of learning the industry, learning the business, trying to become an expert in whatever field you want to, where you see yourself, and then figure out the gaps and be the one to propose that you fill those gaps. And that's what I did at National Geographic. And then in 2020, when all of us were reevaluating whether or not we were living up to this audacious mission within National Geographic of telling global stories by global peoples, did I realize, you know, there was no other person who was very intentional, especially on the Walt Disney side of the company, about authentic and inclusive storytelling. And I proposed and was asked to be the person to lead that effort. And that is the reason why I have my role today of inclusive content. I have the awesome responsibility, pleasure, and privilege to be in development rooms, production rooms, and marketing rooms to ensure that we are telling more authentic and intentional stories by asking the question, whose perspective is not represented in this endeavor, be it in this development slate, in this production slate, and how we market any piece of content that we have. And I feel as though mentorship was very important because it was mentors who were guiding me along a discipline that had never existed before. But I also took all of the advice that I had given out and gave it back to myself. And that is knowing your passion, right? I told you my passion was to use my storytelling to tell stories of the Black experience. Well, I am now realizing that not only am I fulfilling the passion, but I'm walking in my purpose of telling stories of all underrepresented perspectives for the largest entertainment company in the world, and that's the Walt Disney Company.
I think just because of all the wildlife filmmakers in the room, we want to get into the nuts and bolts of things a little bit. Would you be able to talk about some of the skills that we filmmakers need to be successful in natural history?
You want to go?
Oh, yeah.
First.
Well, I will talk a little bit about grant making in a bit, but I think you really want to focus, like I said, on the craft, right? And this is exactly the place to do it. So the two pieces are the craft in whichever way that whether you're a cinematographer or a producer, but creating the best possible content that you can. And then how you approach the story arc is something that I see often missing, particularly in proposals when we're looking at it. I see so many people who can make an incredibly beautiful photograph or video of a bird, but not tell the plight of the bird and their connection to other birds and humanity and help us outline what the characters are. And then there's also this piece that we're all engaging in right now, which is about community and working within your community of filmmakers and creating these collectives and working together and how that happens. The very best and I would say most successful filmmakers are ones that are great to work with. And that's something that we seek out as much as anything else.
I will answer that question. It's a broad question. If it's okay, I'm going to give a broad answer. I think what makes a great natural history storyteller, the skills that you need is to stay curious, stay open-minded, embrace the pivots, use networking opportunities like this week that NEWF is offering you to network. Our field-ready recipients here said, you know, peer mentorship is just as important as a vertical mentorship. Stay in touch with people. Embrace all aspects of natural history filmmaking. Learn a little bit about every aspect of natural history filmmaking to see if anything speaks to you or something you may not have realized, and that takes talking to people. You know, do you want to be a cinematographer? Do you want to be a field producer? Do you want to work on the technical side with equipment and post-production? Are you musically talented? Do you want to hone in on the composition? You know, I'm a firm believer that the music is the heartbeat of a story. It tells a person how to feel and what to expect in the next scene. Is it production management? That's my background. I use my type A personality of, you know, I sort of like to tell people what to do. So it's like, you know, you have this much money with this much ambition and this much time, and we got to, you know, find the sweet spot in all of that and making sure we stay on track. So just learning the business, and I think that was said here, understanding the business, understanding how the industry is evolving and evolve with it. So seek mentorship, seek guidance, talk amongst your peers, embrace pivots, be willing to volunteer sometimes on projects. If you are more accomplished and established, know your value and stand 10 toes down on your value. I think that what's also important of being a natural history filmmaker is also just keeping clear on your passion and realizing your purpose. And I just am a firm believer, once passion meets purpose, you will be successful.
Should we talk about grants?
Sure. So, as I said earlier, as I mentioned earlier, we fund storytellers and storytelling. So if you have a big, ambitious idea, we're here to support that work. We have two different kinds of levels. One is a level 1 grant, which goes up to $20,000, and it comes with these kinds of opportunities that you can apply for, like Field Ready. We have another one called Second Assistant for photographers. And our level 2 grants, which are up to $100,000. What we really want to see is 3 things. We want you to help us understand why you are the best person to tell this story. And there are a number of pieces that feed into it. Maybe you have specific access, particular access to a community that you're working with. Maybe you're part of that community. Help us understand why you should be telling this story and nobody else. The second is it needs to be a really good story. This is your pitch. This is a pitch you would make to anybody. We love a visual pitch, if possible. If you have a deck, you can attach that. The thing I see particularly with film is sometimes a lack of people helping us understand what it's going to be like. You would be shocked the amount of times when somebody doesn't tell us the length of project that they're going to be producing. But help us to understand what it's going to look like, what it's going to feel like, and then help us understand why it's a critically important story that we need to be supporting right now. We have so many projects that are great, and we can only fund a few of them. And so the ones that really rise to the top, first surprise and delight us. So they're projects that make me want to go home to my family and say, you have no idea what I just learned. Help me learn something. Help me be curious about something. We want them to be focused on solutions often. And so helping us to see what kind of impact that they'll have in the world. That's kind of my third thing. But also we want to see what the characters are, what the story arc is. It's like I said, I don't want to just see a topic. So we see a lot of people who say, I'm going to make a story about penguins. But I want to understand who the penguins are, right? When Bertie Gregory gets up there, he helps us connect to what's going on with them and what they're doing. And so the last one, which I alluded to, is that it has to have impact in the world, and it has to align with what we care about as an organization. We've made that a little bit easier by having specific calls for proposals. So we have one open right now that's about fresh water. I encourage you all to go look, natgeo.org/grants. And then we have another one that's called The Big Questions, which I won't go into much more, but go read about it. It's sort of the big, numinous connection to the earth and things like that. So that's another one that you can look into proposing.
We have time for one last question.
Well, I was going to talk about the industry, right? Were you going there?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I wanted to dig deeper into learning the industry, understanding the industry. It is evolving, as we know. We are in an environment of content saturation. We are competing against streaming platforms, digital and social media channels. We are trying to understand how to break through that content saturation, realizing, and in doing so, trying to realize viewer habits, realizing that our success on the entertainment side lies with younger generations. So what do millennials and Gen Zers want to watch? Realizing that the days of, 44, 54, 90-minute films are competing with 20-minute films that are sometimes, from a metric standpoint, more successful in terms of viewership than, what we're accustomed to. But I always encourage us to, at least those of us at National Geographic, is leaning into our 137-year legacy of great storytelling. And I think when you lean into that great storytelling, understanding the industry, understanding that we are changing and wanting to hear different perspectives and more authentic storytelling, and we in entertainment arms are being more inclusive in how we are receiving stories, and understanding that we want to know who is telling the story, and is it through a lived experience? Are we developing in-country talent? Those are the questions for sure I am asking in certain rooms. And when we talk about mentorship, Munmun has, I think, an awesome example, and was able to, be a producer in one of our producer, right? Or
assistant producer, AP.
AP. I want to promote you.
I'll take it hurting here.
AP, one of the episodes in our Queens series. And I think, when we talk about understanding the industry and the evolving times, I think Queens is a great opportunity to have as an example of that. We know, again, if we are really working to gain millennial and Gen Zer viewership, because we know that's where a lot of our success will lie, at least on the streaming and streaming side of the business, we've got to tell stories in different ways. And I think with Queens, it was the most audacious and bold endeavor to have an all-female-led production, post-production, to tell the stories of our female queens in the natural world. And I think that just becomes the poster board to inclusive and authentic storytelling. You all know Faith Musimbi. She was our first Black Kenyan producer on one of our Queens episodes, and we dare not it be our last, right? And I think the awesome opportunity for all of you in this room is to use these evolving times to your benefit, as companies are offering opportunities, access, and exposure to inclusive voices and in storytelling, and break through those doors that have been cracked open. And I think, Munmun, if it's okay, to show a trailer of Queens to give a little bit of a visual example of the awesome opportunity that's before all of us.
I'll just quickly talk about just working with Faith, which was incredible, and I'm sure almost all of you know her. It was my first, I think, international shoot, and I think my first risk assessment that I worked on with her. So a lot of new learnings, and I'm just really glad I got to see the camaraderie of an all-female crew on Disney. Let's play the trailer.
A new hero is rising, resilient, fierce, and female.
She doesn't fall, do you know? Can you know? So where's she from? Where does
strongest females fight for the survival of their families.
Guess who is the model? 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 Guess who is the mother?
Chosen to lead for her instincts, charisma, wisdom. We don't call her Mother Nature for nothing.
Guess who is the mother? Coming as a lover and a hunter. You don't even see me through the slaughter. You don't even see me through the slaughter.
All hail the queens.
So every phase of production was led by a woman. It's amazing. In-country talent. I mean, absolutely wonderful.
There's a great playlist on Spotify too.
I was going to say, I keep
Yes.
thinking about the music after what you
Yes.
said.
You know, all about the music, I'm telling you.
I think we have 10 minutes for Q&A.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions? Can we have some mic support? Thank you.
Thank you for this. I'm feeling alive after that trailer right now, just pumped up. That was incredible. And thank you for the conversation as well. I'd love to ask a question to the Field Ready participants and also on the other side of the decision process, what exactly do you think you were doing prior to getting selected that really helped you either get in the mind frame or prepare your work in order to receive this opportunity, whether it be, practices, rituals, people you were speaking to? Anybody could take that question. And then on the other side, really, there's only been 50 or 49 participants so far. What is it that you're looking for in the next 50 that you haven't had yet?
That's a great question.
Mind frame. I think we just spoke to a lot of I was only the second year, I think, of Field Ready. So it was very new and I was probably the least prepared because I didn't even know what mentorship is and I didn't know what I would get out of it or what I would have to bring to the table. So just speaking to the first year helped a little bit. And in terms of where I was in my production career, I had just finished working on a conservation TV series, my first one. And I had also just gotten my first Vice Asia films out, so I started to get into the producer mindset kind of on my own, but I really needed to elevate that. So that's what I wrote in my application as well, is these are some TV skills I'm starting to gain, but I don't know how to take it any further than that.
I'd say two things stand out for me. In terms of where I was in my career when that first came out, when I was selected for Field Ready, which I think was about 2 years ago, we had started the whole festival circuit, just getting to know that and the whole development pipeline around grants, and independent film grants specifically. We'd gotten a PBS. I say we because the other part of my company is also my wife, who's Vietnamese and she's not here. But I Vung, and we had just gotten a grant from PBS to do a short on the SpaceX launches on the border between Mexico and Texas that Elon Musk put there, which seems very topical now. But I think that connects to the second part, which I see in a lot of our Field Ready participants, and my cohort particularly, which is that people who are trying to break the boundaries of natural history itself. Like most of our work was in natural history. And I'm not, to be honest, committed to natural history at all. We could have a whole conversation around that. I'm much more interested in genre blending, docufiction, things that really blur that line. And I think Nat Geo is interested in people who are pushing that boundary to find new formats, new ways of storytelling. And even though I wasn't necessarily clear on exactly what that looked like, I think I was clear in stating what that ambition was, wanting to find. I'm much more interested in developing new visual language than perpetuating the same old formulas over and over again. I'm much more interested when I'm a mentor or when I teach in students who are wanting to find new visual grammar, and grammar that also breaks through post-colonial, through like the capitalist moment, grammar, visual language that speaks to something that isn't yet here. And I put that on my applications, and something must have resonated.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So I would say my mindset, one thing that I really remind myself constantly is to not be afraid to take up space. Because a lot of us grew up, really being afraid to go into these places that weren't created for us. And like you alluded to, like a lot of us have felt, this imposter syndrome. And I'm just like, I still struggle with imposter syndrome, but I'm like, I know a lot of things that other people don't know. And that's like what gives you your individual power. No one has the experiences that you have. And so I come from a marketing background. I didn't even go to film school, and even though I wanted to be a documentary filmmaker for a really long time, and since I was little, I was like, I see myself as a director. I didn't know that was possible until I had, women as my documentary professors when I took class. And so I also want to thank you all for, being here and having this conversation with us, and just underlying the importance of having representation, not just, in these entry-level positions, but as leaders. And because when I was little, I didn't see other Asian Americans, I didn't see other queer people, I didn't see other women of color in this space. And so, really not being afraid to take up that space is a constant reminder I give myself.
Can I add something really quickly? I think what you just said is spectacular, because most of the field-ready fellows that I've met, cohort, are connective filmmakers. They're people who care about community. And so South to South, NEWF, Africa Refocused, Santiago Wild, Green Hub, Green Stories, all of these are spaces where filmmakers are coming together to say, we cannot do it alone. We simply cannot. We cannot brave this moment by ourselves. We need to reinvent the industry. We need to build community. And so I think that's the beauty of what Martin is making, what Noel and Pragna are doing. I think all of these things are fundamental for us to be able to create a new industry. And we've had the best of time preparing for this panel. I wish you could have heard some of our conversations. And I hope we can continue this conversation over and over and over.
Yeah, I think in many ways this group has answered your question better than I ever could. And so I would ask you to listen to them. But the other thing I'll say is we really look for people at a sweet spot in their career. And a lot of the times people will say this is for emerging filmmakers. It's actually not. Everybody here, as you can see, is extremely accomplished in their career. And so it's a gauntlet to get into this program. As you say, there's only a few people each year, a cohort of 10 in this program, and that's very intentional because we go for depth rather than breadth. We've heard from others that this program was more valuable than their master's degree in film. And that's not to brag, it's to say that we're very careful about saying we want small cohorts who get an in-depth experience. And we want them to be at a place where they can truly take advantage of it. And then the only other thing I'll say, and you heard this from each of these groups, is that we are looking for people who are actively going to be engaged. It was really exciting for us to see that when Christine applied for the first year, she didn't make it. She attended every single audit program. And the deal is when you're an explorer, you apply to the program, you're invited to then attend all of the master classes. And that to us was a sign that she was an engaged student. She was going to be a great mentee. So showing through your actions that you're going to be part of these programs is a big part of this.
Perseverance, never give up, right?
That's right.
So, and I would, just double click on what Rachael just said. We're looking, it's not about emerging filmmakers. It's filmmakers whose toes are on the line of access, exposure, and opportunity, and who just needs, that extra mentorship and opportunity to just, again, be able to cross that line.
Questions?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ndogozo. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. I wonder why. My question is more of a personal nature to the three of you, because You spoke a lot about your mentorship experience, and a lot of it involved traveling and going to new countries and visas and all of that. And one thing I know about National Geographic is that the person in us is also taken care of while we follow our passion, our personal lives and our personal well-being is often asked about. And I just wanted to know how you navigated your real lives. You're moving to new countries, children, wives, husbands, whatever it is. How did it work from a personal perspective, and how were you supported?
Very important question, and I think something the three of us have discussed while we were preparing as well. I think that's something we need to work towards more, I think, as the cohort also. Just support each other, because we were all sent to maybe different countries, different times, sort of depending on whatever everyone's preferences or time in life was. But I think Wildstar is one of another really thoughtful company in that way, that they had, this is very personal, but I mean, it was great that the company had free therapy. That really helped me. I think like a couple of free sessions, but I would have never seeked that out. But I was like, I think I need this. And I think as a company, some of the HR policies that Wildstar has in place might be, I don't want to speak for everything, but I think might be better than some other companies. And that was a very helpful space for me, because I think I was there alone as a field-ready person there. So yeah, I think just being able to talk to older women, younger women within the company was really helpful, and having access to therapy was super helpful.
That's a really great question. And I'm going to follow that up as well with, this morning in my jet lag-addled brain at like 5 in the morning, I was thinking about this question about needs, which is what your question is really about. And I was thinking, if you're drowning, you still need to stay hydrated, but first you need a rope, right? And so I think it's knowing about when your needs, how to stage those needs, which is basically Maslow's hierarchy of needs, just knowing what you need first. And I think there was a time in previous years when what I needed was stimulation, and to travel, and to be in the field, and to meet people. But I think now, and especially in the last 3 years, and actually after the pandemic, what I need is to be home. And I need to be with my partner, and I need to go on a walk every morning for 30 minutes, and we don't have a lot of money. And we keep a pretty simple life, but I need to have those habits and those routines, and to see my dog, and to wake up in the morning and there's a cat and dog and there's oxytocin, and I need to come back to that because I need to remember what is real. It's so easy in our work to make the real the thing that you escape to, or the great Queen's trailer, or the documentary that I'm working towards, or even the community that I see and I hug and I love. But when you go back, to not feel that is the emptiness, but that's actually the substance of life. And so I need that, and especially when it comes to like mental health, I need those routines. When you're an artist, many of us are neurodivergent. And as the older I've gotten, the more I realize I need those routines to ground me, to anchor me, not just for stability, but also so that I can create out of that. And so right after, for example, my month in the UK, which was challenging, beautiful, but challenging, and also, supported with Chia as well, I took a vacation, and I went with my wife, and we went vacation. We went to a festival where one of our shorts was playing, but then we spent time with family, with my parents, and that's really fundamental. That's so important.
Yeah, I really like what you said about what anchors you, and I also can't emphasize the importance and helpfulness of therapy enough. And it's such a privilege, because I didn't have access to therapy when I was little, but until recently. But it's just, it really reminded me that it's not scary to ask for help, or it is scary, but you can do it. And it's also reminded me a lot, what brings me joy? That's what I always come back to. I think especially in places like these conferences, it's really easy to be like, go, go, go. But then, check in with yourself and be like, what really brings you joy? And for me, that's one, connecting with people individually, with, community, and just checking in with my body. I love that we have dance parties every night. It's such a good way to really get back with myself, and also engage with everyone else. And also for me, I need water. Like I like being in water. I like, yesterday you all saw me like dip my toes in the sand in the ocean, and those are really, they're really simple things, but those are what makes me feel alive and feel connected. And it's really important to not forget about those little things.
I think we're coming up on time. I want to invite anybody to come up and ask questions. We're here all week, and to say thank you for being here with us. I think. All right, one quick question.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to thank all of you. Your 2 panels that were just one great one was so human for people that do really aspirational work. I wanted to direct a question quickly to Karen. It was incredible to hear your journey and pivoting, especially creating new positions for what you saw was important. But diversity work and inclusion work is being attacked incredibly right now. So I wanted to ask you what you see the future being for people like us who are creatives, who are people of color, who are going to have to advocate for, those pivots we want to make or those positions we want to fulfill. And how do you have the courage to, when you're pivoting, also suggest things? Like, how do you have the courage to say, this is needed and I can do it while pivoting? So thank you.
No, thank you for that question. I mean, it's the huge elephant in the room, so thank you. I'll start with the second, how do I have the courage? You all, quite honestly, being in this space this week, you all are inspiring me to continue to do what I do and to advocate for authentic storytelling by way of lived experience. You all give me the courage to go into rooms and ask whose perspective is this story being told. And I think the longer I do it, the more I do it, the more courage I walk through the door with. I didn't have this level of courage in 2021. I do now. So I will continue to do that. And your first question about how do we weed through everything that's going on in the world, National Geographic content has authentic storytelling values that we will continue to implement. And those 4 value pillars are inclusive, content that sparks curiosity, content that is relevant to our global audience. And in order to tell those stories, because we are National Geographic and our reach is 173 countries in 33 languages, we have to be culturally competent. So we're leaning into the legacy of the brand to tell those stories and let other people call it what they want to. We just call it excellent storytelling.
A perfect note to end on. Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, just a quick announcement. The session that was supposed to be in Kongela has been moved to Sky. That's on the 31st floor. That's the don't choose the same message for all audiences. So it was supposed to be in Kongela, but it has been moved to Sky. Thank you.
I'm not perfect, I came from ruthless times. As a juvenile, look into my eyes, see pain and sacrifice. What's goes on my mind? Just trying to survive. Tomaka emo wuru, oti wuru si wuru, emi won wa mi ni guru, toju koju, mi ene toju suru, time si mi solo, lati ikoro si boro, lati ikoro tu.
Dawo yami ayikholana buso
uso wami awukholana.
Hey?
She's saying go yell at them at the wall.
Oh, no, I'll go sort them out. Don't worry. What is Labdi up to? There you go, man. My apologies.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Are you doing okay? I'm so honored today to be here with such amazing superstars. Like when I learned that I'd be moderating this panel, I was so excited. And I have a great producer at the back, Samira. Let's give her a shout. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you so much to all of you for joining as well. I think we'll just do a quick round of introductions. I'm going to give, everyone has a mic, so you can start, Peter.
Hi everyone, my name is Peter Ndongo. I am a Kenyan photographer, filmmaker, producer, and I am a lover of Malva pudding, which I am hoping all of you have had a chance to taste. If you haven't, do not leave this country without doing that. That is considered a crime. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Gunjan. I am a wildlife filmmaker and National Geographic explorer, NEWF fellow. And I've been making wildlife films, wildlife and people films for the past 12 years. And I run a production studio called Beyond Premieres. And I'm from India, and I'm very happy to be here.
Hello, my name's Erin. I'm a wildlife cinematographer based in the States. I specialize in blue chip, long lens behavioral shoots mostly, usually in cold, wet places, not by choice.
Hello, my name is Sara. I am a wildlife cinematographer also from the United States. And I film, long lens wildlife, but also a mix of human wildlife coexistence and conservation films in a variety of different styles, so a lot of variety.
Hello everyone, I am Shamier. I'm an underwater cinematographer, NEWF fellow since 2019, and National Geographic explorer, and also the chairman of the board.
I'm so happy to be here with you today. My name is Labdi. And today I'm a moderator. All right, so there's so many things that we need to often prepare for before we get in the field. And one of the things that's the most important is actually safety, because our families and everyone who works with us in the team hopes that we get back home safe. So what are some of the things that, you have to be aware of, be it nature, be it human beings and other threats? I'm going to direct this question to Gunjan. Are there places that you have been commissioned to go that you felt you didn't want to go because of the political stability or instability, and how did you feel about that?
So what we kind of do before going to a place that feels unsafe is prepare like a production risk assessment. And sometimes producers don't sign off on something that's too dangerous, so you have to find ways to work around that. And this is something I learned during my master's in wildlife filmmaking that I did 8 years ago, and Sara was my classmate there in Bristol. And this was a situation where there was extreme risk of rape and unsafe situations, and I wasn't being allowed to go alone. So I ended up taking self-defense hostile environment training to prepare myself to face any situation that might put me in danger. And that is when ultimately I got that signature on my risk assessment, and sometimes it's like a 44-page document where you're assessing every single possible risk that you might face, and that's how you deal with those situations.
I wouldn't want to mess with her. All right, thank you so much for that, Gunjan. I want to direct this question to Erin, and we have a photo from Erin. Could you explain to us what these two photos are? And the second one actually is a document that we will expand, but can you just tell us what's happening?
Yeah, I can. So before shoots, I've actually created a document that includes everything that I pack for every single type of environment, because when you're about to go on a shoot, sometimes I only have like a week in between, and I have a lot of stuff to get done, maybe taxes, doctor's appointments, and it's easy to miss stuff. So this is my wet-cold spreadsheet, and it includes like how old my raincoats are, what kind of socks I bring, how much underwear. Like, it's just a really good way to make sure that I don't forget things. So I print it out, laminate it, and then check it off. One thing about safety is the pre-production, it's the prep before. So it's understanding what environment you're going into and making sure you're ready for that. So if I'm going to get drenched with rain on the Alaska coast, I need to make sure to have the right raincoats. So it's doing your research and understanding that. And it's also working with locals who understand like the environment. You're never going to be smarter or more prepared than someone who's lived there their whole life. Like, don't even kid yourself. So up there, you can see that's our tents. That's on the Katmai coast in Alaska, and that is a bear fence that's around it. So it's like a little electric fence, and that's a bear hanging out next to the electric fence. And you can even get the wrong bear fence. Like, I had a pretty cheap bear fence when I first started when I was a lot younger, and 3 adolescent bears came up and put their nose on it. It killed the battery, and then they stomped all over my tent. So it's just like you learn in the field and you grow, but you need to have those conversations with people and be prepared and make sure you're going into every situation in the safest way possible.
Thank you so much for that, Erin. Could you kindly expand? Yeah, that's a list. I saw it and I was kind of scared. Mosquito net, bug spray, there's a lot. But do you think we can access this? It might help some people.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah, we
send it to
definitely
me?
can. I would also like to point out, weed is legal in the state I'm in, and it's really good for seasickness. I don't really get seasick, but that's why it's on there. So if I happen to be in Alaska or Washington, maybe just flag that. Don't add that to your kit if it's not legal.
Amazing. And there's, safety of personhood. But then there's something very important that we have to think about, and it's the safety of the equipment that we carry. And oftentimes, you have traveled with very expensive equipment that you have to return, or maybe you've hired and that kind of thing. So I just want to direct this question to Shamier. And as we can see there, you were quite compromised in some moments. So do you want to talk about these photos?
Yeah, so I recently went on a trip to India with the amazing Gunjan. So what I do before I travel is I normally take 3 days to pack equipment, like 3 days before I leave. And then, so that I have time to check and double check and triple check. So the day that I left, I had all my things, and obviously I triple checked that I have all my things. Flew to India, got to the island, and then the morning of the shoot, I wake up 3 hours before the time, assemble all my gear. And then I found out that I couldn't find my base plate, which is the picture on the left. And that little piece of equipment is what I need to hold my camera in place in the dive housing. So without that piece of equipment, my camera wouldn't fit and it wouldn't be locked into my housing. So it's totally useless without that. And at 5 in the morning, I had a panic attack and I freaked out, and I tried to wake up Gunjan and Sayam next door. When they finally woke up, they was like, what's wrong? Why are you freaking out? And I was like, guys, I am finished. Because I felt really bad because they brought me all the way to a remote island. And I was sulking. I couldn't do anything. I thought I destroyed this whole shoot. And Gunjan said, Shamier, relax, breathe. That's how you know you have an amazing producer, by the way. Calmed me down. Breathe, let's just take a moment to think. And this is how you know you have another incredible, maybe co-producer. Sayam, he was like, let's go for breakfast. So we had breakfast, and then after breakfast, I said, okay guys, plan B, let's use the Olympus TG7 that we had, and I'm gonna just try to bring you like the best footage that I can. We went for a dive, filmed on the Olympus, and then after the dive, I was walking around, and I was feeling so horrible, and I was feeling so sad that I'm basically ruined this whole shoot for Gunjan. And so I come from a construction background like years ago, and I was looking at pieces of materials laying on the floor, and I've picked up metal and plastic and the piece of wood. I measured out the inside of my housing and the back of my camera, and I marked out this piece of wood, and I kindly asked the people at the owners of the dive center if they could help me. Something about island people, they are super chilled and super calm. After I gave him this piece of wood, measured it out, and I was like, please, can you cut this for me? He was just like, okay. But he didn't stand up, he was just like on his phone. He was the calmest person ever. And I was freaking out, obviously, because I needed this thing. But then we eventually cut out that fake piece of base plate that you can see on that side. Took out a screw from one of the red base plates and then put it in there. It fit like a glove, and I was able to complete the rest of my 4 dives. I could manage to get all the shots that Gunjan needed, and I could speak again, I could laugh again. Because they were very worried about me. They were like, this guy, something is wrong with this guy, he's not even talking to us. But that is how important a small piece of gear is. That base plate costs $250 just for that base plate. As a team, we made that thing with no money, and it worked like a charm. So I think it's very important when you guys travel, always pack in spares, especially when you're going to remote places where there's no shops around. Couldn't phone a friend to bring something. And then that was like one of the last photos that Gunjan took of me. You see how important locals are? If you don't have a weight belt, you are super buoyant in the shallows. So normally at home, that would normally be JP standing on my back. Gunjan stood on my back, and she got the 2 of them to help. And they obviously loved riding a whale in the shallows. That's my story, guys. Yeah, so the moral of the story, triple check, quadruple check, pack in spares if you can. I know, like, I don't have a spare because it's super expensive. But now I have a makeshift spare that I'm always going to keep. And yeah, that is my little story about gear.
Amazing, thank you, Shamier. What he needs to add is that you need to have a background in woodwork, so and construction. All right, we're going to go into something very personal for a lot of us because this panel is made of mostly women. Hygiene, right? And for people who travel a lot, I know there's a lot to think about when you're packing, and I want us to see a photo. There's 2 photos right there. One of them is more safety. I'd like Sara to talk about that bag.
Shamier's story also shows how good he is at troubleshooting. Anyway, the left picture is an extensive first aid kit. This is actually a picture of Ivan's first aid kit because I didn't have a picture of mine on me. But this is a really extensive one, and it has a lot of things in there, including tourniquets and gloves, and I'm sure there's things for flushing out wounds and all that. So you can go crazy with first aid kits, and it's really good to be prepared with, all that in case of events. But the thing is, it's not really helpful if you don't know how to use anything inside of it. So you could buy the biggest first aid kit and be as prepared with all the things, but if you open it and you've never acquainted yourself with it and you've never used anything inside of it and learned how, then it's not going to help. So anyway, yeah, that has all this stuff. And Erin and I also did a wilderness first responder course together last year. And the first thing we learned was basically not to take up mountain biking because apparently there's so many injuries from that. You do these scenarios in it, and they like paint people with wounds, and so half the class is pretending to be injured, and then the other class is approaching them, learning and practicing what to do, and it's a lot of fun. But then you learn how to use everything in this, and learn how to do it safely for you as well, like with gloves and with proper communication and with the mental, psychological side of safety, with making sure people feel calm, and that when you lose a piece of kit, you're not going to go into shock, maybe. All these sorts of things. So, that was a really good course to do, and it's highly recommended so that you are prepared for situations and you do know how to use your first aid kit.
And is there something that outside of a first aid kit you would never travel without? Besides tech, besides your laptop, something personal.
Well, this is sort of off topic, but I mean, communications are really important. I think in a lot of places you might have service, and it's not like we're always super remote, but for when you are, it can help to have a GPS sat phone that can help, and it's also good for safety if something goes wrong, but it also helps keep you in contact with family and update people who don't know what you're doing every day and might be worried and don't know, like we might feel perfectly safe and we are prepared, but then they don't know what we do every day. So it's good to put people at ease. So I'd say that's one thing. Doesn't really have anything to do with hygiene, but it's important.
Yes, it's very important. Thank you. And I wanted to, we have different lived experiences, right? As men, as women, as other, as trans, and all of these other separations, right? And I often wonder whether some of our experiences can kind of translate. I want to bring this question to you, Peter. Have you been in a situation where you saw a woman experience challenges or hygiene-based challenges in the field, and how did that alter your perspective?
So I haven't had an incident in the field or something that's happened before, but I think what happened was just seeing this picture here, the one on the right, right or left, I can't tell from where I am. But yeah, I attended, was it Jackson? Last 2022 or 23?
Wildscreen.
Yeah, Wildscreen. And
24.
Erin had showed this picture, and I had never imagined of it through my perspective as a man, that this is something that as a female cinematographer you'd need to carry in the field. So I think it'd be nice for you to explain to me, because I think after that my whole perception, just my eyes opened up and started looking at things differently from a way I'd never thought about it before.
Yeah, so just to give it some context, within blue chip wildlife cinematography, it's about 95% male. In my last 10 plus years of filming on blue chip shoots, I've been with another female cinematographer probably a week on set. And that was for a Queen's shoot that we were doing about mentorship. It wasn't even a wildlife shoot. That being said, I have amazing male mentors and friends that are cinematographers, but I just want to put this in perspective of who you're in the field with. So I just really ended up talking about this because I was in the field. My first job, it wasn't even wildlife filming, it was a wildlife tech job in science. I was the only woman out there. I tried to take birth control because that's what people told me to do. They're like, just stop your period, it's great. It didn't work. I ended up having a period for a month. And I didn't have the products. So I had to get this black pair of brand new hiking socks, and I just switched. And it was miserable to hike for 6 hours a day in black hiking socks in your underwear. Not a comfortable thing. And so I started to develop this period kit. And you'd start to notice that I mean, we all kind of know it's kind of a taboo topic. It's something people don't really want to talk about. So in turn, when you're starting in the wildlife filming industry, you're already one of the few women. You don't want to seem like a pain in the butt. You don't want to seem like you're bringing some extra problems onto the shoot, so then you hide it. And this is an extra hurdle that some of us have to deal with. Some people have extreme pain. They have endometriosis. Like, there's so many things that come with this. So then I ended up posting this, and it got picked up by Business Insider. It's the period kit that I carry with me. And I started to get flooded with questions and comments and people being like, oh my gosh, can't believe you talked about this. I'm going to try not to talk about this too long. But it was really eye-opening that this is a conversation that we need to have, and we need to have with not only people who have periods, but people who don't have periods. Because you need to be empathetic and understanding that some days, I don't want to talk to you, I just want to get on with it, because the first day of my period, I'm filling up that cup every 2 hours, I have to have period underwear on, and I have severe back pain, diarrhea, and I'm just not feeling great. So give me a bit of empathy that day. I'm still going to get the job done. I'm still going to do an awesome job, but I'm going to feel shit while doing it. So it's kind of have that empathy. And so I can go over this more if you're interested later after, but this is including different period products. I carry extra because you never know when someone else in the field might need some. I tend to stick with a cup and now the Flex Disc, which is a really cool thing I just discovered, and period underwear. And then I also include yeast infection medication and UTI medication because I am very prone to UTIs. And if you're not careful, that can cause a kidney infection and that can actually be deadly. And I want to just go back again. If you're starting to experience symptoms of a UTI, you need to talk to someone. Like, you are not a problem, you need to go talk to someone because that can get very dangerous. So it's opening up these conversations and being very honest in the field because these are affecting you. And then also, carrying pads and tampons as a guy, like in your med kit, they're great to stop bleeding, nosebleeds, other bleeds. My husband is an Antarctic pilot. He carries it in his med kit, what he'll say at the beginning of his flight, like, hey, I've got a med kit, I've got this, these bandages, some tampons, pads. It doesn't have to be a big deal, it's just mentioning it, so they know it's there and they can grab it. So if you have more questions, come talk to me after.
That's amazing. Thank you for that. Wow.
And maybe just to add to it, I think maybe for Noel and Pragna, it's coming from the fellows' side this time. Maybe this is a conversation on safety and the training, some of the training that would be nice to have within the community, just to, when we're going out in the field, just to be aware of these things. So yeah, because I've been a beneficiary of the kit you see on the left there. I was on a shoot with Ivan in Samburu last year, and I had my cuticle on my thumb was almost coming out and I was at risk of losing my thumb. But because of that kit that Sara was showing, Ivan did some proper precision military surgery, and I'm glad to say I still have my finger.
Amazing. Thank you for that, Peter. We just want to show the next photo. Who is this? Gunjan.
That would be me. And the backstory is that 2 months ago, I had my first shoot in the Arctic, which was like a dream for me. Growing up in India, I'd never been to the Arctic. I was so excited to be on the shoot. And it was minus 40 degrees Celsius at times. And I don't know if you have the other photos as well. No, okay. So we were supposed to take a small plane from this community we were filming in. This was a shoot to gather the Inuit knowledge of beluga whales with the indigenous community of Nunavik. And these are like tiny remote communities, and you can only access them with these tiny planes. And the weather was extremely bad on our way back, and we got stuck in one of the communities, and the storm was so massive that we could see the plane circling around us, unable to land. And then I had a connecting flight to India, and I would have missed that. So the community came up with a plan to wrap me as a burrito in that, and that's me. And we hitched a ride to go from one community, like Huiying, to the next airport, so that we could catch our flight to Montreal. And this is called a skidoo, and that's the only thing that works in the tundra to go from one place to another. And everything that I'm wearing is something that the community has handmade, maybe except the goggles. Everything's handmade by them, so it's made for the cold. It's extremely secure. And I said, okay, it can't be that bad. 4 hours of a ride on a skidoo to get to the next place. At least I'll make it to my destination. We'll be fine. And these were people who agreed to take us from one place to the next community. And the minute I sat on the skidoo, the speed was unbelievable. There was no belt, and I was holding on to my dear life on the side handles. And I thought I was gonna die. I really thought I was gonna die, because if I left the handle and lost my grip, I was gonna be tossed into the tundra. And I had never experienced that in my life, and it was so, so cold. So basically, I had to channel my warrior mother in that moment. And I was like, please give me strength. We cannot lose this grip. We have to survive that. And after 4 hours, we reached. And this is me resigning from being a strong, independent woman. I need chocolate, and I am done. Yeah, so that's a story of how you just have to deal with some situations that are thrown your way, but it's okay to resign from being a strong, independent woman sometimes and take it easy, take a step back, and get back to being a strong, independent woman later.
Thank you for sharing that. I want to ask you a question. Do you know what the triple Ps are? The travel triple Ps? Do you know, any of you? Okay, of course you don't, because I just made it up. Okay. It's partners, plants, and pets. It's great, right? It's great. Partners, plants, and pets. Before you leave home, you probably leave either partner, plant, or a pet, or all of them. Right, so Gunjan, do you travel with your partner? How is that experience for you? Does it make the travel better? Does it make work better? Tell us a bit more about that.
So I'm extremely fortunate that I work with my partner in life, who's my business partner, Sayam. So we get to travel to places together. We are often shooting together. We have a good, we bounce off ideas off of each other. We have complementary skills. So we don't have to do long distance that often. But at times when we're on remote shoots, what we really crave is sitting on a couch and binge watching some shit show, or like tending to my Monstera plants that I really miss. And I think as a woman in my 30s now, I really want to start a family. I want my Heffy the dog, Mango the cat, and a baby. But having to like really figure out my life around when we'll be home for that long. And if with both of us being freelancers, our lives are so volatile that it's difficult to try and figure out that pet situation. And right now my Monstera is dying and I really miss her.
And Sara, for you, I want to find out, like, how do you deal with communication or lack thereof when you're in the field? With the family, with friends, how do you deal with that?
I guess like keeping up morale is a big thing on shoots, and for yourself and for the whole team, because it's always a team effort. So yeah, if you can communicate and like update family, even if it's just a little check-in, not like a whole conversation, but a check-in is nice. I also like bringing little packable games or I don't know, treats that I can pack that they're fun to share. So yeah, I have a deck of cards, or a shoot in Antarctica. We like played a lot of Scrabble in our downtime, and like a little packable thing, and everyone just like comes together that way, and it's a nice way to feel, to take a break. And of course you take a break and have alone time too if you need. And then, yeah, someone else on a shoot, they brought some chocolate that was from their hometown that was like amazing, and shared it. So it's just little things like that that really help keep morale up and bring people together. if you're missing home. And I also like thinking of like sending postcards if I can at some point to my parents and my niece and nephew especially. And so it's fun because then it's a way to share it even after the fact. I can mail that at the end or when I get home and share a piece sort of like handwritten note, which is extra special for people if you haven't been able to call in a while. So those are just some things that I like to do.
And for you, Shamier, I'd like to hear what you have to say on this. When you're traveling away for a long, long time out of the country, what tools do you use to entertain yourself or to keep your morale high?
You saw what was on Erin's list. If you travel with one of those peas, to where it's legal to travel with one of those peas, like plants, and you share, you never feel alone. That's my...
I mean...
I always have friends wherever I go.
I mean, let's go. It's part of the piece, let's go.
Yeah, the Indian security at the airport loved Shamier.
I wouldn't say that you should risk, but only if you're Shamier. Right, I want to go into the topic of ethics. And this is very layered, very heavy. There's many ways to look at it, and it often would seem as though the only way to go about it is to slap people with consent forms left, right, and center, like a walking consent form folder. But that's not it. I want us to play a video from Peter, and then you can tell us more about it.
Unaona meno
kabisa itoke.
Meno itoke, si ndio? Meno inatoka.
Haya,
twende. Usifiche meno. Meno ulipewa ya kuonyesha. Ndio, twende.
Nataka kukuandikia
kabisa. Kabisa. Maridadi zaidi. Maridadi. Asante.
Yeah, so that's, I wanted to talk about that experience for me because it's something that has opened up access to me for the last 5 years. So I'll give a bit of background as to why I decided to play that. And that's because whenever I'm going into a community, I always have to be aware, especially if I'm not part of the community, that I need ways to break the ice. I need ways to introduce myself, and I need a way that I'll also just be cognizant of the perspective of sharing with spaces with people, even if we don't have like a common, yes, we might be from the same country, but maybe I don't understand the language. So what I do is wherever I go, and I've just made it a habit wherever I travel, I try at least to learn the local language, and I have three, I'd say like, I would need to know how to say hello, I need to know how to say please, thank you, and goodbye. What I found that has been able to do for me is whenever I have those conversations, that initial interaction and saying hi to someone in their local language, it sort of almost makes them feel like, okay, someone has made an attempt to at least break the barrier and speak to me in a language and made an attempt to know my language. I might not be able to proceed with the conversation after that because then I'm like, okay, sorry, I don't know the rest of it, but I was just saying hi. But what that does is that people just warm up and it's easier to work with. And so the other thing that I also do, I try and do, not always, maybe sometimes on assignments, is I bring a printer with me. And I'm talking from a photography perspective. I don't know, I think also in like a film perspective. I know Ivan travels with a small like, for photos also, that's also something that you could do as a cinematographer. But I found what that has done for me is, in that case, I'll give a context for that case, is that my grandfather hated selfies. You would go and show, just bring your front camera to him and he'd look at you and say, please, it's fine, take it, but I know you won't show me later because he doesn't have a smartphone. And so what he used to do is he would come, every time we would have a family gathering, I would bring the local photographer from the village to come and take the picture because he knows he'll get a print of it. And so he made it a thing in my mind to be conscious of, like, whenever you go into communities where you're so used to taking, and never giving back. And so what I decided to do in that particular case, it was in a women's village in Samburu called Uaso, and the women there have kind of segregated themselves and put themselves in a position as a safe haven for them because of past issues with domestic violence and other things that they've had to go through. And so they're very aware of whoever comes into the village because they've been tagged as this village with no men, and it's been sensationalized for so long. And so my assignment there was to go and kind of, capture what that being in that village was like. And when I got there, the first feeling I had was apprehension, because I knew I was coming in, number one, as a man, and I was coming in also with a foreign crew, which made it a bit different and difficult for them. So what we decided to do was, the woman you saw standing behind me there was the one who was the leader of the group, and what she did was she gave us a tour and explained to us everything, but we could not shoot on that day, which was completely fine, because what we did was we just put our cameras aside. It was time to get to know the community and go without a camera, like with no intentions, like telling them, yes, we want to document, but like I think if you just the camera presents a barrier between you and your protagonist, because you're not able to just have that conversation direct, because someone sees me with a camera, immediately they know what I'm there to do. But when you got to know them, it was easier to then be able to say, tomorrow I would like to come and take pictures and just document life in the community. So what I did, while we were leaving the village, I took a picture. The lady allowed me to take a picture of her. And so the next day I went and printed it at the hotel, brought the print to her. And every one of those women, after seeing the pictures, were like, why does she have a picture and I don't? Why does she have a picture? So it became like a thing where they were like, oh, so you're favoring her over everyone else. And so to avoid the fight, we just decided to have a portrait session, and every one of them just lined up for pictures. And it was interesting because the community had been told that had been so, like they had a lot of trauma, they were going through so much. It was easy for me to then show a different side of them because I broke that barrier through the print. And so it might not necessarily be a print for you, or it might be something where you decide you find a way, whether it's language or through anything else. But I think it's important when you're going in as storytellers into a community to try and also, whether it's spending time, which I found is the easiest way to do it, but sometimes you don't have the luxury of time if you're going on like a 3-4 day assignment. So it's always nice to just find a way to break the ice and also introduce yourself and tell the story authentically.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Peter. I want to play another video from Erin, and you can tell us a bit more about it after.
Just right off the bat, if no one could record it and post it, I would appreciate that, because that's why I'm talking about this. It's not on social media. So go ahead.
No. No, no, no. Thank you.
So that's a mom with 2 cubs. They're older cubs. I've worked and been around brown bears my entire life, whether it was at our commercial fishing camp in Alaska or it's been on shoots. I've done a bear shoot every single year in my career. And in this particular area, there's such a food abundance that you can safely have them pass you that close. But brown bears are so different in different parts of the world, even in different parts of Alaska, that I could not do that in the other part without it being a dangerous situation. So I knew this was a safe situation. I'd been filming with these bears for 2 months. One thing you'll notice is I don't say anything too loud, is because that's a cub. I don't want to freak out the mom, because then she'll get annoyed with me. So this is a pretty intricate situation. And I think as filmmakers, we have a huge responsibility ethically to recognize when we have a situation that, yes, it's safe, but without the proper context, and even if you did add context, there would be copycats, there would be people trying to do that in areas where the bears aren't the same. And you have to go, this is not worth the likes on social media. This isn't worth me, getting more attention. Is it good for the bear, or is it good for me? And I need to look at that and say, this isn't good for the bear. If I post this, I'm gonna have copycats. It's not a safe situation. There's so many layers to this. So I think ethically, that's something we need to be really considerate as people, and I'm seeing it more and more on social media, especially in Katmai National Park, where people are posting stuff really close to bears, and I'm seeing people pushing bears more and more when I'm on shoots there. And it's actually gotten me in a situation where a group of tourists pushed a bear, a mom with 3 cubs who was skittish, into me while I was filming a mom with 4 cubs. And it freaked out the bears, and they actually switched cubs, and that could get the cubs killed. Luckily, they weren't killed by some miracle, because we told them to go back to the boat, and we went back to camp. But they wanted to get the shot for social media, and that could have killed the cubs. So it's just being really considerate and ethical about what you post online. Yeah, it might be a safe situation, might be a perfectly fine situation. That doesn't mean it's a good situation to post. So that would be my ethics. Chat.
And on top of that, in the U.S. and like parks and places, if there is a bear attack or something because people get too close and they're pushing things, it's like not just the person that may be hurt, but the bear is like might end up being killed as like oh, it's a problem bear or something, when it's really like that person pushed it too far. So you're harming the bear in the end too.
I love these perspectives, because oftentimes you just think about the shooting and when you're in the field, but then also what you present on social media still directly and indirectly affects the animals or the people that we're going to shoot. So we need to keep ourselves in tune with that. And I just want to keep it a bit fun. I want to think about like the cringe moments in the field. I have a lot of, I'm a very cringe-worthy person myself. So I'd like us to share some of our cringe stories, and maybe Gunjan, you can start us off.
Cringe story. Okay, yeah. This one time when I tried being extremely respectful, and my protagonist's 5-year-old wanted to dress me up in a burqa, because we were filming in a community that was Muslim dominated, and she like loved the headgear on me. It made her feel like I'm a part of the community, I'm a sister, and I loved that. And I wanted to, and this was a recce, so I wanted to feel like I was a part of the community. I wanted them to just bond with me. And what I didn't realize was that I paired that up with shorts, and then I went out filming, and that ended up embarrassing the family, because their neighbors were asking, who's this foreigner Muslim? She looks like a good Muslim from the top, but a bad Muslim bottom half. I said, I'm so sorry, I didn't think this through. But good thing that was a recce, because now I won't do that in the shoot, but it was very, very embarrassing.
Thank you for sharing that. Shamier?
I don't think I have any cringe stories, but like before being behind the camera, before getting behind the camera, I used to be in front of the camera a lot. So the worst thing for me was when people need you at this time, like I want you here now, I want you to be there now, I want you to do this now, but they refuse to pay you for anything, or they refuse to feed you for anything. And I would just like to take advantage of this moment here as filmmakers and storytellers, and we speak a lot about, again, like ethics. It's not ethical to pay your subject or your character or whatever, and put yourself in that position. It is not cool, guys. That is my bit of a cringe vibe. So yeah, I try to, whatever I do, just, even if you offer to fetch someone by the house or buy someone a burger or whatever, because you're taking their stories and you're taking their time, and yeah, it's not nice feeling that way. So that's my vibe.
Amazing. I think your point really reminds me of a conversation that we've had, and I think some of us would like to know what the ethics of, are you supposed to pay people when you're doing stories about them? What's your thought process on this?
So that's obviously like a heated debate that we've had like throughout our groups and with other people. Some people have one version. If you're speaking to news or whatever media, there's like, no, we can't pay you, it's not ethical. And for me, it's just like, do you want, think about yourself. You got a budget, if it's unethical or not unethical. Would you like someone not to pay you for your own time? So put yourself in whoever's shoes you are using, because we are using them. So I don't know if there's a factory standard or whatever that says pay or don't pay. You are human first, so put yourself in whoever's shoes you are filming or using or extracting stories from, etc.
I think I bring this up. Yes, please, go ahead. No. Thank you. I really do agree, because you have to have humanity in you, and you know it's not just about the payment. But I bring this up also because some people argue that fiscal transactions within the boundaries of telling stories makes the story seem disingenuine, and it makes it seem like a performance. How do you feel about that, Sara?
Sorry, Sara, before you answer, I just want to add on that. Like one thing that is like big, just offer someone even something like, I'll give you whatever before expecting, are you going to pay me? Just make an offer even if you don't have money. To say, I can give you whatever. That also like shows respect from the filmmaker side. Sorry, Sara.
Thank you, Shamier. I'd like all of us to chime in on this. So go for it. How do you feel about paying people for stories, or if you're going to shoot? And sometimes you don't have anything. So how do you go about that?
I think part of it comes down to being prepared and like foreseeing that you're working with people, and it shouldn't be a surprise that like you're not just going to take, as Peter was saying. So, but it also helps like what is valuable to them. Like it might not be money, and so it depends on culturally, personally, and like what matters to them. So it might be like helping with something that they're working on. It might be an item that they really need. It might be a gift that's more meaningful than like just logistical or like help, money or something. So that comes down to being prepared and like working with people from there, or just knowing people, or it could like think outside the box and pay attention, I guess.
Yeah, that's great. Not to think of money as the only thing you can offer. That's great, because we have so much more to offer, We have time, we have just a photo. Yeah, there's so many different, be creative. In everything that you've said on this panel today points to being creative and being genuine.
And
Peter?
it could be offensive too if you're just like, here's money, and you haven't like talked about it or something. Like some people, so it really, you want to pay attention to what people actually need and what they want and what matters and means something to them.
Thank you for that. I want to go to Peter, then Gunjan and Erin.
Yeah, I think it's just reinforcing the idea of like, I don't like to think of payment as like only transactional in terms of money, because there's also, like traditionally in the past you had like things like barter trade, where you could think of like what can you also give someone in kind. And I know for communities, sometimes I know different productions and different jobs also call for different. So like, for example, if you're doing a commercial job, that's an entirely different thing. But then if you're doing like documentary storytelling, where you don't want to alter the outcome of what you're trying to achieve and try to document, I've often seen like donations in kind. One of the things I know Ambrose in his community would always tell us, and Tony's here to tell us more, is that we would have like a goat, and would bring a goat to the community if you're filming with the Samburu, because that aspect of like sharing together, for them, just know like they're bringing, if you're going, maybe would bring like bags of flour or having a goat to slaughter, and that takes care of the night that first night you're just warming up with each other, you share a meal. And that has always made it feel like, your intentions, it's almost like you're declaring your intentions at the beginning of like, okay, we're just here to get to know you, get to know each other, and everyone is aware of what's happening without necessarily making it to be like a monetary compensation. But I know it's a very, very contentious debate, and I know everyone has different perspectives, but that's just from where I sit, that's how we do it.
For me, I've been in both situations, when it's a well-funded project or when it's an independent project and the budgets aren't that good. But whenever we're filming with indigenous elders, we pay honorariums in the end, so that we don't say that we're going to pay them, but we pay them in the end so that it doesn't affect their answers. But they're sharing like years and years of their traditional wisdom. They're spending time with us and sharing that knowledge. So we like to compensate them for their time. And in other situations where we don't have that capacity, we've in one community, we brought back the Jackson Wild Award that we got and shared it with the community and let them have it and keep it in the girls' school, for example, so that they can see that this is something that the world appreciates. Their efforts at the ground level are something that the world appreciates. And there was this one example where the same community in Menar went and got themselves a big grant for $3 million by showing a 5-minute film that we'd made with them as a proposal to develop as an ecotourism village. So we had nothing to do with that policy change effect, but they took the film that we made with them and drove policy change, got their lake declared as a wetland, and then used the film in the presentation to get themselves big grant. So that's like an indirect way, and when you partner with communities in a way that they feel like they're a part of the project, then they can themselves do the impact campaign, they can take it further, and that's something that I've always tried and incorporate in my work.
Amazing. Amazing. And I think the two things that stand out from that is your time is a resource. You cannot rush people, you know. You cannot, if you're asking for time from someone, you should be able to give that also willingly. And any project that you create with other people, it's a shared work. So fine, we're going to have the final comments from you, Erin, and then we're going to take one question or two questions.
Yeah, 98% of my shoots are with animals. But I would say they've all had amazing answers on that front. I would say I always pack a thing of thank you cards, and so for every person, including the people who've cleaned like the room if we're in a lodge, the people who have driven the small boats for us, you know, anyone who's contributed in any way, I make sure to sit down and write a personal card at some point during the shoot, and then at the end of the shoot, I'll leave it for them in a certain place. So it's like a small thing, and it doesn't take a lot of money, but if you're thoughtful and put a lot into like writing each card out and thanking everyone, I think that can make a big difference. Because the shoot wouldn't happen without them. It's every person's important.
That's true. Thank you. Round of applause for our panel. We're going to take 2 questions. 1, 2, done. Strict up here. My producer's looking at me wide-eyed.
Thank you for that. It's not a question, but more sharing something which I think lends to it. Because this, what we call transactional, can actually it can be relationship related too. And I talk about a friend of mine, a photojournalist who was doing celebrities, and he was taking a portrait of Leonard Cohen, the singer. And at the end of the shoot, he was doing it for Cohen, so it was, in a sense, the other way around. But at the end of the shoot, Leonard said, I have to give you something. Whenever someone takes my photograph, I give them something back, and I will polish your shoes. And Leonard Cohen actually polished my friend's shoes as a gesture to give something back. So I think we can find ways to do things which do not need to be material, but generate a well-being and a sense of respect.
Amazing. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I want to touch on what Erin mentioned about ethics. So usually when I'm out in the field, I run into the situation where I'm photographing an animal, and as you mentioned before, you're photographing bears, and the general public will come in and they'll take selfies, or they'll kind of scare the animal. I run into the issue where if I'm out in the field, I see something like that happen. How do you find that balance between public education and animal welfare? Because you don't want to just be like, go away, or you're ruining the shot, because there is this divide where people kind of see photographers like us as elites or experts, and people who are just like common, and they kind of feel some sense of, oh, you're better than me, why can't I be here? So how do you find that balance of public education of, nature is for everyone, so they're allowed to be there, but how do you teach them without just shooing them off and saying, hey, you're disturbing nature, but at the same time, make sure the animals are nice and safe?
I think that's a great question. I think the number one thing is I don't tell them to leave. I go up and I try to have a conversation and just chat and be like, hey, this is what's going on, this is the behavior, like this is really cool, isn't it? And like at first I try to just have a conversation. I would say if it's getting dangerous, that's when I become a bit more like it's not okay, this is the consequence of what's going to happen if you keep doing this, and then I report it. If I have to. I don't like to do that. That's not what I want to do, because we all deserve to be there. I don't deserve to be there more because I'm on a National Geographic shoot than the person who saved up their whole life for this trip. I don't deserve it any more than them. So I think it's recognizing that and just going up and have a conversation. And I think most of the time, people will react really well. And sometimes they'll be like, hey, did you see that other mom with 3 cubs? It was really cool. She's got this kind of thing going on. Sometimes the cub rides her back. And I think once you kind of get that conversation going, then you can address safety and you can talk about that a bit more. And again, until it becomes unsafe, that's when I'm like, look, it's not okay. What you're doing is not okay. If you keep doing it, I'm going to have to report it. That's it. And we're going to leave because this situation isn't safe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we had one more right there.
My name is Frederick Mujira. I'm from Uganda. I'm a National Geographic explorer. My question goes to you, Gunjan. You briefly talked about how you make sure the people that you film, you shoot, watch themselves. You take back, your documentaries. I wanted you to explain more. How do you make sure that they watch themselves? Because they want to see themselves. We all feel happy when we see ourselves in these documentaries. How do you do it?
So personally, when I have the control and I'm the producer, it's actually written in my consent forms that they will see a rough cut and they will be happy with how they're represented, and we are not going to take what they've said out of context, and we spend that time with them to make sure that they understand that we are in this together and we're not going to misrepresent them. So they are a part of the process. When I don't have the control, then I sometimes would just show them some rushes of, do you like how you look? And we've done this when Shamier was there, we've sat down and seen rushes together. And that's one way to do it. Not every time we have the liberty to send the cuts when it's not in our control, but I try and make sure that we do it whenever we do have a chance.
Can I just add on to that? I've been on shoot with him for the first time, and the character in Gunjan's film is like the producer, actually. Yeah. She helps with everything. It's the first time I've seen something like that, and it made me admire the two of them so much more, because the characters has control. If they don't want to do something, they will tell her they don't want to do something. She won't do anything unless they are happy with it. They change lines, they change actions, and it was very beautiful watching how the two of them work together. Just to see that, it was something new for me to see, how a character is top producer on the shoot.
And I will add that as compensation or gift, we were talking about gifts, Shamier actually taught our protagonist how to use an underwater camera in NEWF as a part of the impact already. This film is not even in production, but we're thinking about it right from the beginning, and Shamier gifted them an underwater camera and taught her how to use it, and that's one way to compensate. Right now we cannot give monetary compensation, but she can film her own research, she can film her own stories. And she always comes to Shamier, like when they were diving together, she'd say that, can you take a photograph of that sea cucumber? So Shamier said to her, now you don't need me, you can take your own sea cucumber photographs, and I love that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we've wrapped up. Any last comment?
Well, that photo was about hygiene. Super hygienic dead salmon clay on our faces. Yeah. It's very mentally important to stay hygienic.
It is very important. I need a mask all the time. So I just want to say a big, big thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much to all of you also. And to Samira and the team at the back. Thank you. Have a wonderful lunch and feel free to ask them more questions. Can you please come closer so we can have a more intimate discussion? We're already behind time, and I'm just going to start us off. So this panel is called Birds of a Feather because they flock together as new fellows, and in this community we know the importance of community and flocking together. And I have gathered my flock with me here of birders to introduce birding and the value of birds for a community like ours. So to start us off, this is me. My name is Marilyn, but please call me Nomsa. I'm an ornithologist specializing in raptor biology. I work with these really beautiful cuties called jackal buzzards. I put tags on them in the field and let them out, which is something very strange and inaccessible for a lot of people where I'm from. So after seeing myself as the only ornithologist I knew in my life ever, the only raptor biologist, no less, I decided that I should start a youth movement where I'm from. This is the Matabeleland Youth Conservation Society. It's actually, this is our logo, and interesting fact, a NEWF fellow, my first time here at NEWF, designed this logo for us. We use indigenous knowledge and cultural knowledge, hence the heart in the M, in collaboration for social enterprise, because we're young people and millennials and Gen Zs in a difficult world. We use science. You see the sea with the microscope, and we like to advance knowledge and learning about conservation. So that is the group back home in Zimbabwe. It's called the Matabeleland Youth Conservation Society. So we started this in 2019 when I was the only birder I knew, and over time it's been over 200 young people who know about and care about birding and birds. But our
our work has been, when I came to NEWF, I was like, but I know other people. In the first year I was at NEWF, they gave us t-shirts that said, make the circle bigger. Bring your friends. And this year, after 2 years of trying, pitching, and, pleading with Noah and Tuku, we were able to have our first group of 5 Matabeleland Youth Conservation Society young people come to Sodwana, Erekaya. They had their first, experience learning about conservation photography, storytelling. And the Zimbabwean flag was flying on the beach, so young people see the ocean for the first time, learn to float for the first time because they now want to be divers. So this panel is really about this. How do we create community in spaces where we're not represented, and how do we scale and make that community go global? I'm joined here by an esteemed panel. We've got here Christian Cooper from New York, and Christine Lin from California, and Sewela Mutileni, one of our own NEWF fellows and one of my first friends here at NEWF from here in South Africa. So, yeah, give them a hand. So we're actually in the room here. We're in company of greatness. So Christian is a New York Times bestseller. He wrote his memoir, Better Living Through Birds, Notes from a Black Man in the Natural World. And this book here has had me stopped, when I was going through the airport, people asking, birding, what is that? I would recommend it to any of you to read and see the complexities of the lives of people of color in the natural world. He's recently now, just a few weeks ago, am I right, published a follow-on book called The Urban Owls. It's a children's book that's just come out because he grew up in the urban jungle of New York, and birds are there too. He also had an unfortunate run-in while living his ordinary life, New Yorker life, had an unfortunate run-in with somebody in Central Park in 2020 at the height of COVID. That led to his viral moment, and this black bird's life was catapulted into global significance and importance. But that led to good things because he has gone on to do this show with National Geographic channel that we'll see the trailer for.
I'm Christian Cooper, and I am a birder.
Look up.
Wow, great blue flying across the river.
The inspiring world of birds is all around you.
The fun of birding.
Do you see the owls right there?
Is you never know what you're gonna get.
This guy is getting you up high and up close.
This is what birding is about.
Extraordinary Birder with Christian Cooper takes flight Saturday, June 17 on Nat Geo Wild.
Thank you. So for those of you who don't know, this show, 6 episodes, went on to win an Emmy Award last year. Who knew that birds could be that interesting? Sorry. So, Christian.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride, but through all of it, the consistent thing has been birds. And for you who are nature filmmakers and aspiring nature documentary filmmakers, the important thing to understand is how birds are a gateway drug, and I mean that in the best sense. You can hook your audience, you will get hooked, and they open up the world to many possibilities and to the rest of nature. And one reason why they can do that so successfully is because birds there we go. Birds communicate the same way that we do, unlike our pets, our cats and our dogs who rely primarily with their nose and scent. Birds communicate through sight and sound. So they've got incredible colors and patterns and incredible sounds. And we can appreciate all of it. And they are everywhere. As Nomsa suggested, in the middle of the city, you can find birds where you may be struggling to find mammals that you want to make a film about. Great example, I went out right outside the doors of this hotel this morning after breakfast just to look around a little bit, and before I was done, I had seen a black sparrowhawk dive into a crowd of pigeons and grab one for breakfast. And that was this morning right outside this hotel. So birds are everywhere, and they are giving you dynamic stories. They are the characters you need, and they can help you tell your stories. And what I mean by that, for example, we have here in Africa a quintessential African bird, the cattle egret. It's all over sub-Saharan Africa with more names in more languages than you can imagine. I think in the Yoruba language in West Africa, it's leke leke. But this bird is not only quintessentially African, because what happened was in 1877, somehow a bunch of them got blown across the Atlantic by a storm, and they ended up in the Americas. And since then, they have been spreading and thriving in the Americas. I cannot think of a better metaphor for the Black experience of a quintessentially African species that ends up in the Americas and ends up rooted and thriving and living there as we from the African diaspora are doing. So there's a lot you can tell with birds, with cattle egrets, and with all kinds of birds. There's so many stories you can tell with birds. So I want to make sure you think about that as you consider your filmmaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian. Because I remember the first time that you went viral. A lot of the conversation that came, everybody was aghast with what had happened, but a lot of the louder voices in coming to your defense and standing by your side was just trying to qualify you as a black birder. There was a lot of name dropping that he went to Harvard. He's a prominent, he's a prominent member of the Audubon Society. It was like black birders were not a natural thing. They had to be some black excellence tagged onto it. Like we don't have stories with birds. We haven't been watching birds.
Well, okay, so if there's, one good thing to come out of the stupid mess in Central Park, it's this myth that there are no black birders, that I think even some of us black birders bought into, has been dispelled. To the point, we had a black birders retreat on an island off the coast of Georgia, and it was such an incredible experience for all of us. But it's now reached the point that a new show on Netflix about a White House murder mystery with this super sleuth, super smart detective who's investigating it, and it's a woman, and she's black, and she's a birder. And birding is front and center of every episode of this show. It is lots of fun. I highly recommend it. It's called The Residents. But that's the point to which that perception has changed. So I'm happy to say that. We still, I think, as black and brown people, have to be conscious of when we are in public space, because people will look at the fact that we are out there with this, metal object in our hands crawling around in the bushes, and they will make a different assumption than if they see a white person with a metal object in their hands crawling around the bushes. They see that, they think it's a bird, or they see this in our hands, and they make other assumptions. So we have to constantly be aware of our safety and our presence in public spaces. But happily, it's changing.
So before all this, before he was on TV with birds, interesting fact is, Christian is a writer, and he was a writer for Marvel Comics. How many of you, let me see, how many of you read comics? How many of you, wow, a lot of people read comics. So it was quite interesting for Christian yesterday to be holding a super scientist's, comic and seeing what we're doing over here. Yeah.
Superman moment.
Yeah.
us about that. What do you think about the dynamism of storytelling? How has science always been in your life, and how have you melded your activism with storytelling? Another interesting fact: he's the second man I know after Noel who walked away from a career in law to pursue storytelling.
Well, no, I wouldn't go that far. My grandmother wanted me to have a career in law. I recognized very early in my college career that that was not the way I was going to go. But no, I think what I learned from comics is something hopefully all of you are learning, is have compelling characters, shape your story to bring out the maximum amount of interest and the put the action front and center. These are just storytelling techniques, whether you are talking about a documentary film or whether you're talking about comics. So yeah, I think that's what I learned from comics, and certainly, science has always been a part of my life too, and so now I happily get to do both, so that's wonderful.
Fantastic. We are going to go on now, we're going to go on now and talk to Sewela. I met Sewela the first time in 2023, and she was so excited that I was a birder, and she had this big idea that she was working on. First of all, Sewela comes from a different industry altogether. She has over 20 years of experience, 25, experience in finance. And I regarded her as a woman in business, in a comfortable industry with good pay and stability. So Sewela, how do you find yourself crossing over to this side?
The first thing I want us to say or to change is that we are not all birders. I'm still starting, because I told you we did agree that I don't want the pressure, because people will be asking me now about birds, but it's something that I'm starting now. With me, it started, with me just living my life as a wildlife enthusiast. I'm crazy about the bush. I love Kruger National Park, and even though sometimes it's questionable because I am at the same time afraid of a lot of creatures that live within the Kruger National Park. But one thing, Nomsa, that I've learned is that when you're passionate about something, you automatically become a storyteller, because you go about trying to share your experiences, trying to bring people on board, trying to convince people and explain why you acting the way you're acting. And again, you become involved. Like with me, I love the Kruger National Park, I love the bush. I know the politics, I know the challenges, I know, the gaps that are there, and that's just how it started with me. But there was this one moment that I want to share that was a defining moment for me. It was when we were in the Kruger National Park. I was sitting with my husband. Those who know about the Kruger National Park and the setting in the Kruger National Park is that it's just a beautiful vibe with people sitting in front of fires and all that, and it was the same for me. We were sitting there, and when night started to approach, it was very late in the night actually, and people start going to their room, to their chalets and all that, and it was like starting to be uncomfortable. You start to hear lions, you start to hear hyenas calling there. And I was sitting there and, clearing my throat, like I wanted to say something. And my husband said, "I know what you're going to say." I was like, "Okay, what is it?" He says, "You are going to say you wonder how the Mozambicans felt when they were walking in the Kruger National Park at night, fleeing from the wars, in Mozambique, coming to South Africa." It was the first time a man actually, he was just going to be in the Guinness Book of Records because he actually managed to read what a woman was thinking.
And finish each other's sentences.
And I was like, why? Why did you say that? He said, "You asked me that question all the time." All the time. And the one thing that we're going to do when we leave here, we're going to buy a camera. And we are going to look for one Mozambican. We are going to ask them. I think I love the idea of getting a camera, and I said, yes, let's do that. And we went home, we bought the camera. And I kept the end of my, my promise, and I looked for a guy from Mozambique. And it wasn't an easy one, and we had to drive for about 500, 600 kilometers, and I went, and in my mind, I thought I'm starting this new chapter of being a storyteller. I've got the camera, I've got the person, I've got my notebook, and we went. And when I went there, it was really beautiful. You know, he explained the questions that I used to ask my husband every time. He told me everything. But the photo that I want to share is that, you can show it, Nomsa, is that at the end of the whole session, 600 kilometer drive, this is the only photo that I have. My notes were empty. I didn't have anything. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm sharing this because my storytelling journey began with me not knowing anything. And the one thing that I did, and it's really important for me because I acted. It's something that I've always wanted, and I didn't know what to do. And I find it I call it my defining moment because the one thing that I did was to go and buy a camera, and that is where my journey starts. I might not have a lot of footage about me and the guy, but that is the only photo, and I'm happy with where I am right now with storytelling. Thank you.
And she has come so far, ladies and gentlemen, to being the first one ever to convince Noel to start the photography labs. And I'm going to show you a video now of how her project has been going since. Afterwards, she will tell us of the achievements. It's grown by leaps and bounds, and it's a very impactful story in itself.
The Huiying community is a group of people of the Tsonga-speaking tribe, and they were removed from this land, which is about 24,000 hectares, in 1969. The Huiying people reclaimed this land in 1998, and it became their land. They have the title deed to it.
The one thing when I came here, when I saw how beautiful it is, I was just so proud of getting to know the story of Makuleke. But again, I wanted to know what is it that they are doing to get the community or the youth involved. 365 Birds in 365 Days is an initiative which aims to engage the youth, inspiring a love for wildlife, at the same time equipping them with photography and storytelling skills. We are aiming to publish a book with birds found in the area, and this book will be integrating indigenous knowledge with scientific knowledge. Go on. It's really hard to photograph birds, but I think that's the beauty of it. What we're trying to do here is to inspire the love and appreciation of nature. We're hoping that with engaging the youth, they will appreciate this and they will be able to protect it more.
We're going to talk about this one. Pardon me, there isn't a holding slide. But that video is incredible, Sewela, because the community we know reclaimed the right to their land. Land is such a contentious issue in South Africa, but after being displaced in a very charismatic national park like the Kruger, they reclaimed their land and they own it. It's a tourist attraction, a beautiful space. Please tell us about how going there was life-changing for you, and how this idea was birthed. How after so long, with the community owning their land, how this idea has been a way to really get them in there, get them involved, and also. Being a woman from business, I want to congratulate you for some of the achievements you've made with this, which you'll share with us. How has the skills you have in business been useful, the skills to your skills of community building and storytelling?
Okay, it was a series of coincidences really, because how I got to discover Pafuri, I was actually working on the rhino poaching story, and I was looking for access in the Kruger National Park. And when I called the Kruger National Park, they told me that it will be difficult for me to get access, but there is a community-owned game reserve, which is Maguleke. And the one thing that I do, I act. Even though I don't know what I'm going to do next, immediately they told me about the access in Maguleke, about this community. I wanted to know them. And I booked a holiday at one of the lodges. And there's a guy here who's now my business partner from there. He even told me the day that the owner is coming. And he told me that book on that day. And thank you, because that's why we even now partners. I booked a holiday on that day. And then when I went there, my intention was to go look for access to film the rhino story. And that's why I'm saying that when I went there, the rhino story was outside the window. I was like, what is it? What are you saying? Are you saying this belongs to you? You know, and I just felt that, okay, I'll be back. This story needs to be told. And I'm not going to talk about the rhino story, but then went back. And the whole idea for me was to talk about, to amplify the story of Maguleke. And the thing is, I'm from the province of Limpopo, and this place is there, and I didn't know it. I felt that this is a story to be told, and that is the reason why I wanted to tell, because I also didn't know it. It was just an inspiring story that I felt everyone should know. But the one thing I was telling Christian the other day that, and it's just in me, I like to, you know, to put something on the table as well. I told him that when I approach someone, when I want something from them or I need something, I always want to also give them something back in a way. So I wanted to tell the story of Maguleke, but we were already thinking of what is it that we can do in return. And I was working on these two concepts parallel, one being to tell the story, and second being, you know, how do I give back to the community already. And I approached Noel, I approached everyone. I was telling them about the Maguleke. Even at home, they called me Maguleke. It was just my name. And I think Noel and Pragna, because I had told them about the film before, and they said, yes, it's a good concept, you will see it. But when I told them about the impact on, you know, the impact part of the story, they said, we are in. And I think, I'm not sure if it's what I did or just, I think Noel and Pragna can say what is it, what value do they see in it. But one of the sponsors in the project is Canon. And I also approached them and told them about this and also showed them, you know, I articulated the value proposition like I was telling you, how I think this will benefit them, and that's how I managed to get that funding from Canon as well.
What are the community members that you're targeting with this?
It's the youth from Maguleke, and we targeted the youth because they do have access because it's their land, but I felt that maybe that access is not enough because in that region, obviously it's, they've got tenants that are running businesses, and it won't be possible for them to just allow the community to come, you know, anytime they want to. So I was trying to create a way that the community can still access the reserve. So we have selected 4 youth from Maguleke that we brought to Ekaya for a photography lab, and then we taught them photography, and right now we are busy taking our 365 birds in 365 days. And as I said, as the video said, we are trying to create a book, a photo book that will be sold at the lodges within the Maguleke Contractual Park.
Yeah, congratulations on
Thank
that.
you.
That is... That is incredible. That is incredible. That the impact is measurable. There's outcomes that are tangible and recorded for these young people. But you, even then, you was not a birder yet. Tell us how you became a birder. Quickly, tell us how you became a birder and what we're looking at here.
Okay. For us, coming up with the 365 birds in 365 days concept, it was a low-hanging fruit for us because the place actually is birders' paradise. In South Africa, we've got about 900 species of birds and about 50% can be found in Makuleke. So, you know, that was the starting point. We just looked at what we have at our disposal, and it was the birds, it was the access to the reserve, it was the few cameras that I had. It was NEWF supporting it, so it was, you know, it was easy to start that project. And obviously, I had to learn a thing or two. So what happened with me, obviously, as, you know, leading a birding project, I needed to know something. One of the things I did, I went to a bird fair that was hosted by BirdLife South Africa. And when I got there, you know, I was just walking around and I thought of just getting a feeder that, do you call it bird feeder, right?
Bird feeder.
And then I got it and I had even forgotten about it. So this one day I decided to just put it in my backyard. I put it, it was like around at night. And in the morning, I woke up to this. The only birds that I used to see in my backyard is the hadida in Joburg. I'm from Joburg. It's, you know, we call it the alarm. Yeah, you know, it's the hadida and the lapwing. I didn't even know that we had this. I just thought, okay, we've got sparrows and stuff like that. And after putting that, we woke up in, like, it was the bush concert. It was amazing. And since then, I've noticed that, like, I can spot about 12 species of birds in a day, just from my backyard. You know, when we were talking about films, about birds and all that, I already have one that I'm targeting, the lapwing. The other day when I was walking, I was driving in, actually, in my yard. I don't know what it had, but it was trying to block me from accessing my yard. You know, it was opening its wings like that, and it's just, for me, it's just interesting. There's just a lot that you can learn from birds, and I'm now a birder.
Fantastic. So that is a ground nesting bird. You're probably about to drive over its eggs. But moving on.
Probably.
Moving on. You know, we've just spoken about how accessible, you've just really told us, shown us how there's so many birds around us that we don't notice, and they could actually be the way we access nature, like you've created access, where access seemed to be for this youth in Makuleke. But Chris, you also didn't have, you know, the traditional route into birding, and how did you come to find yourself in this field?
Yeah, so can you hear me? Okay, yes, it works. So hello, I'm Christine, and I'm a documentary filmmaker, but I like what you said about how birds are a gateway into a lot of things, and for me, birds, they were a gateway to get into documentary filmmaking in the natural history and conservation space. So I relate to you in terms of having a business background, and that's what I studied in college at the time, and I was like, I gotta pay off my debts, and so I didn't know it was possible to be a documentary filmmaker, even though I always envisioned myself as a director, as someone in the outdoors. And my first moment when I realized that was also when I held a broken camera in my hands as a middle schooler. I was in 5th grade. I just saw it in the corner of the house, and even though I didn't even, like, the camera didn't work, holding it, that really, like, opened up a whole vision of possibilities for me. But it still took me so many years later to realize that I had a space in the outdoors, in documentary filmmaking, because as I said earlier this morning, I didn't see people who looked like me in the documentary space, and I also didn't see birders who looked like me. So it wasn't until my first role, after I graduated, I worked at the Audubon Society, and I created a role for myself. I started out as a social media producer, so I was able to combine my background in marketing with my love for creating videos and connecting people to the outdoors. And in addition to that, I also found birding was such a good way it's a gateway to finding community. So for me, like, birding is such a good way to connect with the present and to be here. And I'm so glad Auntie V is here as well, because I think about how she started off the Master Dreamer session with, I am where my feet are. And with birds, with binoculars, which I brought as a prop, I'm always looking up, but I forget to look down sometimes. And so it's just such a good way to connect to the real world, just like how we use our cameras to connect to the real world. And before I show the next video, it's a video that we did with Patagonia, not to be confused with Patagonia. She's an iconic drag queen. And birding was also a way for me to connect with my queer community, because I don't know, I just like, the first time I went to a queer bird walk, Christian Cooper actually led one of the first ones that I went to, called Let's Go Birding Together. You can put the acronym together, LGBT. I didn't come up with that, but yeah, that's how we met many years ago. And to this day, now that I'm in San Diego, I joined a queer birding club. My girlfriend, who is a scientist, she loves looking at plants, but I got her into the birds, and now she has a pair of binoculars as well. And that's just how I start my day. And so this project that I worked on with Patagonia and Audubon was a really good way to combine a community as well as a love for birds together.
Oh, fantastic. Let's go birding together. Let's be gay.
Birds tell us to act on climate. Will we choose to listen? My name is Patagonia, and I'm a drag queen and intersectional environmentalist. Me and my friends at Audubon made a drag look inspired by the Western meadowlark. Leslie dyed the fabric from natural dyes. Joelle hand-sewed the dress. Christine, Mike, and Mitch took the beautiful photos and videos out on the grassland prairies of Nebraska. And why make a drag look inspired by a bird? To prove a pretty powerful point. Birds tell us every day that climate change is happening, both through their songs and through the songs they no longer sing because of habitat loss and the warming planet. The point here isn't to shame, we've had enough of that, but rather to find our flock and pass along a message from our avian friends. So, will we choose to listen? Because...
And it's supposed to loop. It's one of those Instagram videos that you're like, because, yeah.
Wow, thank you for that. A round of applause, please. Yeah, you can find this video on Instagram. It's called The Song of the Meadowlark. How was the process of melding such important causes, you know, in the environment? Like, you know, meadowlarks are wetland birds. You know, they are in grasses and marshes, some of the really threatened ecosystems. They're what we would call little brown jobs, which a lot of birders do not stop a lot for down here. And I don't think that would be the first bird you show somebody to enthuse them about birding, but their habitats need protecting. How was it melding those issues of identity, climate, a species, some habitat, you know, the fashion? How was that process, and how did it feel in the end to launch that into, you know, into the big internet void?
Yeah, the big internet void. The sky, as you will. But yeah, this was a really cool project. So this is one of like many social media videos we made, and then we did a music video with the dress inspired by the meadowlark that Patagonia commissioned with the two people who are from Nebraska, and made it with like natural dyes from the native plants of the area. So I think it was such a creative and fun way to bring so many ideas together, because birds, like, they can mean so many different things to so many different people. And for some people, it's about the song. For some people, it's about, you know, being inspired by dresses, being inspired by fashion. And for others, it's a way to connect with local spaces. So for me, this was such a fun way to like bring attention to this kind of overlooked bird, like you said, but we can the message that we wanted to drive home was we can be proud of whoever we are. We were proud of like what we wear, you know? And another part that I'll bring in related to filmmaking was like, this was the first time I worked with almost an entirely queer crew. So it's just so important to, I mean, like it felt so good to be working with other people who were like in the same community, and it felt so welcoming. So it's important not to just, you know, put your lens on the subject, it's even more important, or just as important, to fill the space, fill the creators with people who you're representing.
Yeah, and speaking to issues of crew, diversity, interests, and abilities, I wanted to just sneak in this issue about filming birds and working with birds. I didn't know until I read in your book. Christian is a phenomenal birder by ear, which I think in itself is a superhero move. As an ornithologist, that's my Achilles heel. You can put him anywhere in North America and in the darkness, and he will tell you what bird is calling. So this makes for difficult movie watching for him. Like we've all recently found out that the famous American bald eagle call is actually a red-tailed hawk. So tell us about that. What are your thoughts about, recruiting a diverse set of people with diverse interests and experiences and expertise?
All right, let me put this on all you filmmakers out there, you documentary filmmakers out there. Get the bird songs right. Because nothing will flag just how off you are than when the bird songs are wrong. Infamous example, a movie set in Africa starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Djimon Hounsou called Blood Diamond from maybe 10 years ago now, 15 years ago now. Every single bird song in the background is North American. It is so agonizingly painful if you know your bird songs, because it just yanks you right out of the movie because well, this just isn't right. So it's something to be aware of. As you easy solution, as you are making your documentary film, make sure to take some ambient bird song sounds, and then you'll know you'll get it right if you're picking it up from where you are. So simple solution. You don't even have to go so far as to, you don't have to study the bird songs or anything like that. Though, if you need a consultant, find somebody who knows the bird songs of the area. Nomsa.
And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of scientists like that want to work with you and fact check, not just your facts with those 2 citations, but also the kinds of birds you're putting in the background or in the audios, and even the mood those kind of birds represent for people, the many, birding is the fastest growing hobby in the world. You'll be surprised just how many people will feel like your work is poor workmanship when you've got a cardinal singing away in the background.
And subtle stuff, like I was watching Mel Gibson's, God help me, movie Apocalypto, which is set in Mesoamerica in pre-Columbian times, and he has a cattle egret hunting along the shore of a river. Pre-Columbian times, cattle egrets didn't hit the Americas until 1877. So nope, you can't have it. So, you can really mess up if you're not paying attention. But I think Nomsa hit on a far more important point, which is that birding is growing quickly. Huge, COVID supercharged the number of birders, and it's only continuing to grow now. They have, I was talking to Anna over there about Bird Buddy, yes, thank you, Bird Buddy, where there's a camera implanted into the bird feeder, and all these people who never gave a thought about birds are like, this is great, and they're putting up these bird feeders and seeing these birds come to the feeder. So there is a tremendous untapped and growing audience for birds, for anything about birds, so if you can tap into that as a filmmaker, you'll be doing yourself a service.
Well, coming back to you, Chris, tell us more about your experience and the benefits you've been able to see working with birds as a filmmaker. I don't want to box you and call you a birder because you do so many things, and now you do so many things because of how you started off in the natural history section. Can you tell us some more about some of the projects you've been on and some of the lessons you've had because of working with birds?
Yeah, thanks for calling me a birder. I would like to consider myself a bird enthusiast, and I think by now I can also say I'm a birder. I've birded enough times. But yeah, I think for one, birding or creating videos about birds was a way to really show other people, like connect people to local habitats. And, I think of it as a way, I have my binoculars. Just like binoculars, a camera is a tool to see the outdoors, but instead of binoculars where it's just one person on the other side, you have an infinite amount of people that you can connect people to through the lens. And so that's what creating videos and short films about birds has meant to me. I was able to share so many stories of birds around the US and around the world, and really, it was really a way to help me build my portfolio. And so one of the videos I want to show next is a short series that I came up with called Seabird Secrets. And I think it's important to show kind of earlier work as well, because now I work at a documentary production company, broadcast quality things, but I didn't always have access to that. I didn't have access to expensive camera equipment or to be able to fly to another side of the world for a really rare bird. I really love seabirds because that's what connected me to the sea. Also the sky and the sea. And so one of these videos I made was about razorbills. And it was just a fun way to kind of combine all my passions and share that these really interesting facts about a bird that I had never seen before. At Audubon, we would source a lot of videos from Shutterstock and licensing companies. And this was before I really had the chance to go out and create broadcast level content.
Did you know that the razorbill is probably the closest living relative to the now extinct great auk? Find out more with Seabird Secrets. An excellent swimmer, the razorbill may catch several fish in one dive and has been known to sometimes steal from puffins and other auks. A chick's life usually begins on a cliff at the ocean's edge where razorbills nest. At 2 to 3 weeks old, it's time for a razorbill chick to make the leap of faith. Late in the evening, the chick follows its parent to the edge of the cliff before it can even fly, and jumps. After that, the razorbill adult and chick swim away into the world beyond. And on this continent, you can only find this auk in the North Atlantic. To learn more about this species, I spoke with Audubon's Director of Conservation Science, Dr. Don Lyons.
Could you describe one threat that razorbills face?
Razorbills, like a lot of birds in general, are really challenged by climate change. We're looking at rising sea levels around.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
You can go on YouTube to watch the rest. It's a 4-minute long video.
Yeah, it's been interesting talking to you guys, but what I want to hear, and I'm sure the audience also wants to hear, from your experience, realizing that you're alone in the interest you're in, or realizing in your case with access that access is actually difficult, or it's not the same. Your privilege is not the same with some of the people you know and come and identify with, whether it's people of color or queer or women. How do you think, with your efforts that you've done, how do you think that can be extended to storytelling and film? How can this audience also start picking up binoculars and taking benefit for themselves and, for more people in this community? We could start with you, Christian.
Yikes. Give me the question again.
Jet lag. The question is, how can the community or the NEWF community here take lessons from us in creating? We've done what we can to create community. You lead bird walks. You've gone on to do a show. How has that catapulted this movement of more people getting their first hit of this gateway drug?
So if you're talking about trying to do the same thing as filmmakers, the principle is the same no matter what field you're talking about, which is that, we are all in this together. And we all have to lift each other up. We have to stop looking at it as, if I get this, that I'm taking away from here, or someone is taking away from me if they get this. No, the more we create, the bigger the audience is. And I'll go back to my comic book experience just quickly for that, which is that, I worked for Marvel Comics, and the big that was, Spider-Man and Hulk, and then the competition was DC Comics, Superman, Batman. And you know what? It wasn't a pie that had to be divided up, that every sale of Spider-Man meant that there was less of a sale of Superman. No, the more people read comics, the more comics we all sold. And the better the stories became because we were feeding off each other's creativity. And that's exactly the principle, I think, as filmmakers that we all have to employ. We all have to really sort of focus on that, lifting each other up and growing the pie and all getting better at what we're doing and helping each other.
Thank you. So we should tell diverse stories. Chris, you tell us, what do you think, what has been your experience? You've already alluded to it, working with an all-queer crew. What advice do you want to give to the community here?
Yeah, well, this reminds me of a conversation that we were all having earlier. As a filmmaker, I don't have like a traditional science background. Just don't be afraid to say you don't know a lot of things about birds and bring a birder on or bring a scientist on. Because sometimes, it's a lot more honest when you're able to just be like, I actually don't know a lot. And it's a lot more interesting when you bring on people who are passionate about their own fields. And another thing I wanted to talk about was just listening. And that's kind of what birding has taught me. It's taught me to just pause and listen for the bird calls. It's not just about, finding the most number of birds and like seeing them is great, but I'm trying to learn how to bird by ear. And I think that's a skill that you can really take into filmmaking and like listening to what, the audience that you're making the film for, like what do they actually want to hear instead of just starting from what you want to tell.
Sewela, what can you say about access and what the filmmakers here, especially those starting out, what lessons have you gleaned from taking advantage of birds as a very accessible, everywhere type of wildlife?
Like I've mentioned, I believe in just taking the first step. And for us it was easy because the first step was something that we had. So I would say that you don't have to figure out, like Christine was saying, you don't have to figure out everything. Whatever that you can do now, just do it. Collaborate, get support, and yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll open for questions if there's a few. We're running over time, but starting with you and then Hassan. Do we have microphones? Oh, there's one here.
Testing. This question is for Christian. I just, as somebody who is, my life was saved by birding. I really want to make films in that category. But what I've found over the years is, and I think this is a little bit outdated, but the industry I've heard is quite, particularly broadcasters have a bit of an aversion to taking on films about birds, mostly just because of the sort of stigma that they don't show emotion. Just their faces don't show emotion, and they're very hard to get them to bite onto something like that. I don't know if you had a particular strategy about how you approach that, or if you feel that the industry is changing because of how big the birding community is getting, or if you just bullheaded it with good content. Like, I don't know if you had a strategy to that.
Go to Central Park, have some racist woman lob a Cocker Spaniel at you, have the moment go viral, and then you'll be able to have make it now. But barring that, if you can't do that, I'm happy to say
Give it a shot.
Yeah, happy to say things have changed. Not completely. There's still that bias that, oh yeah, birds, they're a tough sell. which is not true. As I said, that's why I started out by saying birds communicate the way we do, by sight and sound. So there is everything for us to be able to appreciate about them, and they are everywhere, so they're accessible. So they are a natural cell. Unfortunately, broadcasters are only now catching up to that idea. But again, the fact that there are so many more birders out there, it's an untapped audience, and sooner or later, if they want to make money, they're going to recognize that.
Thank you. We had another question up front. Then we'll go to the back there. If we have another microphone, could we have it over that side?
What's up, everybody? One of the questions that I had, and this is for whomever would like to answer, but one of the things that I've seen, and I don't want to make it seem like it happens all the time, but when I take young people out into the field, sometimes there is a need by a few to push a feeling of sort of elitism. Like, oh, you don't know that that's a Baltimore Oriole? Well, you live in Baltimore. Why don't you know that? Like, stuff like that. So when I deal with that personally, you know, I have thick skin, so I could brush it off, right? But when I'm dealing with young people who are just getting their beak wet, no pun intended, but I'm glad it happened, how do you advise me to be able to talk to those people to gently tell them to shut the F up?
I can jump onto that one because starting a bird club myself was because of those uncomfortable, that uncomfortable feeling when you're there and you're intimidated, you don't even want to try to make an ID, or the social things that go on. Birding is steeped in a lot of very British sometimes culture down here, so you don't feel comfortable in some of that culture. So we create our own communities. Create your own communities, go on a walk with people, put more people around that look like them, that make them confident to not have to code switch, but communicate their uncertainty about an ID, in the way they feel comfortable and seen and heard, and they become more confident with time. They become confident to make mistakes and not feel like they've made a fool of themselves. I don't know if others have got better, but the important thing is creating community, adding maybe things that identify with the community. I was really glad when I met you all in Philly with the dinner that it was a fancy ball, but everybody was wearing sneakers, which is a very important part of Black American, African American identity. What kicks are you wearing? We go out to have street food after every birding trip, so people feel comfortable, let their guard down. They don't feel like they need to act some certain way and not eat with their hands. They don't feel like they're in a space where you eat with a fork and knife, and so I think it's important to infuse aspects of identity and community that people can identify with when introducing these things. I don't know, does anybody have?
Don't worry with them. All they're showing is their own insecurity. Because they know, just as well as you know, that they started knowing nothing at one point, just like everybody else. So don't worry with them. Focus on the kids or the new birders or whoever you're with, and make sure they understand, that guy started nowhere and knew nothing. And so you have plenty of time to learn, and that's the joy and the beauty of birding, is that there is always so much to learn, and that's where the joy lies.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I talked about the importance of birding communities and how that brought me into community. So just listen to what Chris said, ignore them. But I would say once you have, the group of kids or the group of people that you're making the space for, I think it's fun to ask them questions. And instead of being like, what bird is that? Be like, what do you hear? What do you see? Kind of get them engaged in the senses, and because that's really what birding is about. It's not about being able to name the exact species that it was named after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and after all, some of these names are going to change very soon. We're going to decolonize a lot of these names. There was a question over there.
Thank you. It's been an interesting lecture. I think I really love the comment, Nomsa, you made about identity, because I love the idea of community, but I also really think we should lean into the idea of just how important birds are for Black spirituality, for African history. And I love the comment Christian made about just the connection between the birds that flew over to, to the other side. I do think the identity aspect maybe would be easier for some Africans to connect with, because we have totems, we have connections to different birds. And like my late mother, she'd tell me these stories about how, maybe you'd be going out for like a function and then you'd see a certain bird looking in a different direction and it'd be like bad luck, stuff like that. So even before we get to the aspect of creating communities, just how can we make like bird conservation just a part of our everyday lives, and it's just something that's a part of us. And I think that would help towards just making birds more mainstream. Like nothing against people who film and photograph lions, but I'm so tired of lions. I think they get so much space. So just in terms of how we can create, more space for birds and how important they are just to our history, our culture, our spirituality. Thank you.
That's 100% brilliant. I am not African, so I cannot speak to how you guys relate to your birds, but if it is as you described, that is something an excellent starting point and something to reinforce and to run with. Maybe similar example is we have a bird called the red-tailed hawk. It's super common in the States. It's everywhere, basically. And every time I see a red-tailed hawk, I am connected to my ancestors, because that was my dad's favorite bird, and he's passed on. But he flew gliders, and whenever he saw a soaring red-tailed hawk, all he wanted to do was be that bird. And so now whenever I see a soaring red-tailed hawk, I know that's my dad up there. So, that kind of connection, lean into it.
Wow, thank you. And just in closing, thank you for bringing that up. Birds are a very important, taxa for identifying as Africans. All of our countries, if you didn't know, have a national bird, that resonates to the locals and their traditions, and, we all have local beliefs about them. When you're telling your stories, don't label them superstitions, don't label them ignorance. Go down to what the local people believed. They will listen to you. When you call them myths, that's when they'll walk away. There's a lot of really incredible, interesting stories. Unfortunately, we haven't got enough time today to get into them. But grab a bird tomorrow, go out, go out. There's a lot of forest out here and mangroves. Go out and bird. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Thank you.
And we are from the Philippines. Okay, so today we would like to talk to you about water. But before that, a prayer. We invite everyone to stare at this video. Don't close your eyes. Let the image of water pass through your mind's eye while you hear the sound of water. Let it take you to memories in your mind, however faint they may be, to the first time you swam or bathed in a body of water, or to the first time you saw fish, to the first time you saw someone sail a boat, perhaps, or the first time you crossed a bridge. However many memories of water you have, picture them now as one body of water in your mind. And then, picture this entire room, each person's mind a body of water, all of us connected and moving slowly in one direction through the same soft current. We remember all the life water has birthed and all it has taken. We acknowledge that not only do we belong to water, we are water itself. We are its power, its clarity, its ability to shape the cycles of life. To embody water, we pray to the spirits of our islands. Tupundadu Alimagkat, the spirit of all rivers. Tupundadu Bulalakaw, the spirit of all rain. Tupundadu Sumanab, the spirit of the morning dew. and to Puntado Agluminaw, the water and navel of the ocean. Tugbangan sag-apan, igpiyo payawa, igbinyag payokapa. So, thank you once again and good afternoon. We are Emerging Islands, an arts for ecology collective and residency in the Philippines, founded by 4 creative practitioners. Nicola Sebastian, an ecological writer. Hannah Reyes Morales, a photojournalist. Me, David Lochran, an art curator. And Sam Zarandin, a producer. Nicola and Hannah are both National Geographic explorers, and so our organization has always been rooted in the process of exploration and the idea of encounters.
So Emerging Islands was actually born in San Juan, La Union. It's a coastal town about 4 hours away from the capital of the Philippines, Manila. It began as the 4 of us were seeking refuge from Imperial Manila, which had begun to fall apart under the weight of COVID-19. Angry at the way the lives of Filipinos were being managed by the government and paralyzed by the grinding halt of storytelling and art making in a country that had very little cultural infrastructure, we decided to take some matters in our own hands and hold space for art, ecology, and community-based storytelling within our own capacities. We didn't have much, and we knew we could hold space for a few people at a time to discover and to learn with us from the place we now called home. With artists, scientists, and other storytellers, we met the complex ecosystems formed by the Cordillera Mountains to the east and the West Philippine Sea to our west. From the ridge to reef, following water from the watersheds that became rivers that flowed into the coast, we learned that these bodies of water had been home to many communities for generations.
Not to mention the many civic groups that work to protect biodiversity, coastal rangers that work to keep our beaches clean, and fisherfolk unions who steward marine protected areas. Our meanderings and co-creative projects brought us to the understanding that life around water needed so much more visibility, which is a bit of a paradox for a country made of islands. We also fell in love with water itself. As surfers, we had spent countless hours in the water, enough time in it to start feeling that water itself was alive and constantly speaking to us. We became attuned
as well, featuring the Manila Bay, a place where people from all walks of life gather to somehow become its devotees, a place where they stage their own rituals and wager their own dreams against its famed sunsets. It also included work from Southeast Asia, like Muhammad Fadli's The Banda Journal, which chronicles the lives of people on the Banda Islands after centuries-long colonization by the Dutch. This exhibition is also where we first met Ore, one of our speakers here today, and her story on the Mekong River, the story of a body of water that wraps around the lives of millions of people in Southeast Asia.
We took Follow the Water and used it as a framework for a project called Plastic Passages, our own investigation into the plastic problem in the Philippines, which was also a big problem for our home of La Union, which is a tourist destination. We invited Mandy Parker, also one of our speakers today, to host a workshop with Hannah around investigative storytelling. During the pandemic, we did an open call and met 8 photographers who were keen to do a story around water and plastic. This was a 2-week intensive over Zoom, basically. And the brief was simple. It's follow the water and see where the plastic takes you. At the end of the workshop, the students had their own stories around water and plastic, like Jo Martingson, who documented the lives of the urban poor communities of the Pasig River, or a surfer from our own community named Arturo Titache, who traced the issue of microplastics that come from the making of surfboards. Or the story of Jasmine Tabuena, who sought a more personal story about period waste, and an intimate story about her own mother's journey through reproductive health. Or the story of Rachael Rescordado, a young science researcher documenting the tense lives of a refugee community living along the waters of another community in Guian, Eastern Samar. We took the same assignment ourselves and followed the water, gathered plastic sachets in our waterways, and in a collaborative project with Mandy, started our own conversation with our community about the problem of plastic sachets, which is an inherently global South issue.
A year after, we did an open call for the Sustainability Expo in Bangkok, calling for memories around water. It was an exercise in community reportage around local experiences of water. Here, we saw that people's memories of water spanned all manners of life, as we gathered images of marine biodiversity, community work around water, images of play in water, and even images of indigenous rituals.
I'd like to invite the rest of the panelists to come up on stage. Here. Yes, all of you. The more work we did around water and the more work we did with communities, the more we saw how interconnected we all are. Like our collective desire in the global majority to free ourselves from the grip of the imperial core, or how truly planetary climate change is, in that a drought in one place and a flood in another are part of the same equation. We're working to grow Follow the Water into a living body of knowledge, spanning physical exhibitions, a digital archive, and a publication to be presented at the Sustainability Expo in Bangkok later this year in October, carrying the stories of the global archipelago. We believe Africa is an important part of this global story, and we invite you to follow the water with us. And today, we introduce 5 National Geographic explorers who already follow water in their stories. And in each story, we trace a different shape, role, or form water takes. We hope that by doing this, you begin to see these forms resonate in your own stories and in your own process as storytellers. Water gives life, but it also takes. A primordial force of both nurturing and reckoning, it shapes the lives of those who depend on it. The Mekong River is not just a resource, but an ancestral presence, offering food, shelter, and survival, and yet it can also shift and disappear. Ore Huiying's work with the Mekong illustrates this deep, complex relationship, revealing how the river has long been a mother to the millions living along its banks, even as it faces the pressure of modern development. Ore is a documentary photographer based in Singapore, shaped by the contrast of her upbringing. Born and raised in the rural heartlands of Singapore, she experienced firsthand the seismic shift as the country rapidly urbanized, uprooting both landscapes and lives. She is captivated by the stories of people and places caught in the tide of development across Southeast Asia, where the transition from subsistence to a market-driven economy unfolds with both promise and loss.
Let's all welcome Ore and give her a round of applause.
Hi. First of all, I just want to say thanks for having me here. It's still pretty surreal that I'm here in South Africa. It's my first time in a continent. So do I start the slideshow? Okay. So this selection of images here is a mixture of really early works as well as a more recent project that's funded by the NEWF grant, and it looks at the impact of dams that's being built along the Mekong River, both social and environmental impact, and specifically in Laos and Cambodia. So this image was taken in 2014, and it's in Laos. It's the construction of the Sayaburi Dam. It's the first dam that's being built on the mainstream river in the lower Mekong region. And if you can see, so that's on the right-hand corner, that's where the dam is being built. And they actually had to change the course of the river just so that they can build the dam. And then once the dam is being built, and then that's where the flow of the river will be reversed back. So when I saw this scene, I think it's the first time I felt the magnitude of the issues. Yeah. And this is also in Laos. It's a local villager who's panning for gold in the river. And it's just one of the resources that the river offers. And she makes about maybe US $70 a month from the gold. And to us, it might be a small number, but then to them, it's pretty significant. And this is in Cambodia. So it's a new village by a local ethnic indigenous tribe called the Bunong people. And so what happened was that their old village was flooded by the lower Sisen 2 in Cambodia. And part of the community actually resisted. They refused to accept the compensation given by the dam company, and also they didn't want to move to the relocation village. So what they did was they moved to the edge of the reservoir. So once it started flooding, they moved to the edge, and then they established a new village from scratch. And they're still in the process of trying to get the government to recognize this village as their official village. And this is one of the youth leaders from the same community. So he led the resistance program, resistance movement. Yeah. And this is in Laos. This is a newborn baby belonging to the nomadic fisher community who lived on the islands on the river. And this scene really resonated with me because when I was shooting this, I had just become a new mother. So yeah, so this is something. And this is in Cambodia. It's a sacred tree. It's flooded, because of the dam. And it just goes to show that these communities, they don't only lose their homes, they don't only lose their livelihood, but they also lose cultural and spiritual connection because the sacred tree is flooded, and also their ancestral graveyards, it's flooded as well. And this is a family also belonging to the Bunong community that we saw earlier. And they moved, they accepted the compensation, and they moved to a resettlement village. And this man is actually the brother of the youth activist that we saw earlier. So the family is being torn apart by the decisions that they made, and it's just one of the families. There are many families like that, who's in similar situation. And this is also from the same community. This fisherman, he has just returned from a fishing trip. And in the background, it used to be their ancestral forest that's now flooded. To me, there is some kind of beauty in the scene, but yet it's also so heartbreaking and so tragic that, that's what they have to face with now, and that's their reality. Yeah, that's the last image.
Thank you, Ori. We will open the floor to questions from everyone, but we'd like to ask Ori one question first. Ori, in our conversations in the past, you've referred to this idea of a mother who has lost her ability to nurture her children. But we know that much of the problem has to do with the massive changes to landscapes and cycles brought on by human activity and infrastructure. So the story is really about the mother's relationship to her children. The question is, if we were to truly listen to the mother, what do you think would she say to her children?
I think that the nature of motherhood is such that we often make sacrifices for our children, right? We prioritize their well-being above ours. And we do this, without a second thought. We do this instinctively and also unconditionally. And most people, including myself, we often take these sacrifices for granted. And I think this is what's happening on the Mekong River as well. Like the mother, she continues to provide even at the expense of her health. Because, I see a lot of destruction on the river. Like there's areas of flooded forest that's dead now because of the changes in the flow of the river. And also there's like algae growing on the river. I hope that my images will help people realize that there is a finite, limit to a mother's resources, and then that we should protect it before it's too late.
Thanks, Ori. It's great to be reminded, I guess, that we all have a responsibility to our mothers. Sorry, can I borrow that? Thanks, man. Okay. Moving on.
Water is an archive. It carries the stories of a recent history, of the movement of power from the imperial core to the global majority. It holds memories of both triumph and destruction, of ecosystems and civilizations shaped by its currents. As it flows, it preserves the past while also bearing witness to the present. Mandy Barker's work with the marine plastic pollution explores this deep connection between water and memory, revealing how the ocean not only reflects the consequences of our actions, but also carries the weight of a global environmental narrative, urging us to come to terms with our past and act toward the future. Mandy is an award-winning photographic artist who has dedicated over 15 years to addressing marine plastic pollution. Through collaborations with scientists, her work highlights the detrimental effects of plastic debris on ocean ecosystems and human life. Her powerful photographic projects, often undertaken in remote locations, serve to raise awareness and inspire action on the urgent issue of oceanic plastic waste, using visual storytelling to spark meaningful environmental conversations. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here, so thank you for inviting me. The first image I'm showing here is from a series called Shelf Life, and this particular image was created as a result of a scientific research expedition to Henderson Island. This is an island which is 5,000 kilometres from the nearest landmass, and in 2018 was named as the most plastic polluted beach in the world. So this was a particularly challenging expedition that took 7 days to reach the island, but in the end scientists did a lot of research there, and we found plastic from 25 different countries had actually landed on this island. This is one of my most recent projects, an issue that I feel strongly about, which is fast fashion, synthetic fibres, synthetic clothing, which is having a huge impact on the planet at the moment. There's said to be enough clothing already made to clothe the next 6 generations, which is particularly shocking and something that I wanted to represent. I collected clothing from around the coastline of Britain over 10 years, collecting many different garments and items of clothing. And I was inspired by Anna Atkins, which is a Victorian botanist from the 1800s, to create cyanotype impressions. Where she used algae, I used synthetic material. This is another project from Henderson Island. When I first arrived on the island, I found hundreds and hundreds of plastic fishing buoys, fishing waste and ropes and all sorts of things. So I decided to raise awareness of the fishing industry and the pollution that causes by photographing fishing buoys. It's called lunacy, and it makes reference to planets and eclipses and the moon, representing Henderson Island as such a remote place to visit, and the plastic that eclipses the coral atoll there. This project is called Beyond Drifting, and again is inspired by a scientist from the 1800s. He collected plankton, and he was the pioneer of discovering metamorphosis, so he was an iconic scientist at the time. I went and visited the places in Ireland where he first found plankton, and of course what I found now was plastic. So I decided to get the plastic objects that I found. On the left-hand side is actually the wheel from a pram, and on the right-hand side is the casing of a mobile phone, plastic casing. And I actually moved the objects in the same way that plankton moves to create these kind of fictitious scientific slides. So they almost look like plankton, but they're actually representing a current crisis, and the fact that plankton are now eating plastic, microplastics. This is a basis of another expedition that I did across the North Pacific Ocean from Tokyo to Hawaii. This was a year after the Japanese tsunami, and scientists were studying what happened to plastic a year on after it had left land. So it was particularly significant for them in terms of research. I photographed every piece of plastic that came aboard the vessel. And I gave the grid reference to the areas of plastic that were collected from. This project is called Still. This makes reference to Lord Howe Island, which is one of the top 5 islands that people name as paradise. It's this stunning subtropical island, but it has a dark side to it, and this is the flesh-footed shearwater bird that is sadly been in decline since the 1970s, and scientists have been studying the impact of parent birds feeding their young chicks plastic. So I accompanied them to the island while they were kind of cutting open the birds and counting the pieces of plastic that are inside. This is a different project totally. I thought it would be a really good idea for the public to send me plastic items. I chose the idea of a football because when I visit beaches all over the world, I generally always find a football or a soccer ball. So I thought it would be really good if people could send me what they found on their local beaches. It started off very small with about 30 soccer balls arriving, and then in the end 769 footballs were sent to me from all over the world. This image is called Connect the World, and ironically I was interviewed by CNN at the time of the World Cup for Connect the World, the programme. And finally, this is from my Hong Kong soup series. Soup is a description given by scientists to the amount of plastic suspended in the ocean at different levels. This relates to Hong Kong. I went there and collected plastic from 30 different beaches. This is called poon choi, which is a New Year's Day dish, which people in Hong Kong make with 10 different layers of ingredients. And I chose 10 different plastic objects from the beaches in Hong Kong and created this image to try and connect with the community and raise awareness of plastic there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. So we'd like to circle back to this idea of water as an archive, as we've talked to you before, and as a body that remembers and accumulates memory. The plastic in our oceans is a stamp in time. It's evidence of our own creations and our own undoing. How would you say artistic research as a process has brought you or your audiences closer to a space of remembering?
I think my artist research is connected with science. All the projects I've done mainly connect with the current research that they're doing, and I like to enhance their research through a visual interpretation. So it's almost like I'm giving science a visual voice, I guess. And combined with aesthetics, because obviously my work is conceptual, I think that brings remembrance to the image and the work that I do. Because science can't be subjective. They have to stick to the facts and it has to be true to what they're working on. But an artist can be, to some extent, subjective. So I can create that visual aesthetic and pass on their information through my work.
Thank you.
Water is more than just a resource. It is the lifeblood of our planet, a space of coexistence that unites all living beings. For many communities, especially those who rely on the oceans, this kinship extends beyond the human realm to include marine life and the entire ecosystem. In his project Last Catch, Shin Arunrukstachai documents the deep relationship between fishermen and the oceans they depend on, highlighting the interconnectedness of human survival and marine conservation amidst the challenges of environmental decline. Shin is a Bangkok-based Thai photojournalist with a background in marine biology. Formerly studying coral reef restoration and shark fisheries, he shifted to conservation photojournalism after witnessing the environmental decline of the oceans he loves. His mission is to document humanity's complex relationship with the ocean, capturing both its horrors and hopes. Despite focusing on photojournalism, Shin remains active in marine science. He co-founded Thai Sharks and Rays and collaborates on shark and ray research across Southeast Asia, and also currently serves as a consultant for Thailand's Department of Marine and Coastal Resources. So welcome, Shin.
Hi. There must be some misunderstanding because I thought we were going to be sitting on the beanbag and having an easy chat, not on the stage like this. I am so scared right now of what I'm talking about. Yeah, so my project, The Last Catch, is looking into the ancient fishing culture of Asia that are on the verge of disappearance, and so as a traditional wisdom of this practice that has a sustainability element, and also more than that, our connection with waters. And so here is Li. Li is a traditional fishing method in Laos, in what is it called? Khon Falls. It is the largest cascading waterfalls in Southeast Asia. But these practices are now illegalized due to the conflict with the series of dams that they have lots of issues there. But these are, so now they are illegalized and they are often destroyed by the local authorities. So the practice is also disappearing along with the river ecosystem. The next one I went to is called a village called Lamalera in Indonesia. It is a harsh land and where you cannot really do any agricultural practice. These, they don't like this word. They don't like to be called whalers. They like to be called whale catcher more because they perceive that whales, dolphins are the gift from their ancestor. So they just like receiving those gifts. So these practices that span over 6 centuries has like formed their whole identity. But they are often being attacked by like outsiders. Well, understandable, but also they also want to talk about like their rights if they can still like keep doing their practice. What about like the survival of their culture? The next one is in Bangladesh. The otter fishermen, they have a very genius way to catch the river fish in the canals. Well, what I find really striking there when I was there with them is they don't really perceive otters as their pet, but like parts of their like families or communities. Let's say they have one boat, they have 4 fishermen and a family of otters. Every day when they come back from fishing session, the catch are split into 5 portions, and so the otter families have 1 portion as 1 person. And they also have they are master of breeding the otters. They keep the family registry of them to prevent the inbreeding, and it is very successful in terms of like they just keep like getting new and new babies. And there's a study by the IUCN Otter Specialist Group that says that they have very high survival rate in the wild, so there's a potential for conservation. And I went to Taiwan. It is the last boat of its kind. It's a boat that uses calcium carbide to make acetylene gas, and then it's not blast fishing. They just use fire to scare all the sardines up. It reflects the history of Taiwan, how this practice got the inspiration from the Aborigine up there in Taiwan and perfected by Japanese during the Japanese occupation. It was the last boat because not many people want to continue it, so as the change in terms of taste palette for exotic bigger fish, sardines, right? But with the effort of a small group of young people, they are keeping these practice alive via tourism, and so they also revive another boat. So now the last boat became 2 boats now. So I can't say it's the last boat anymore. I don't know what to do with it. It's a joke. I'm sorry. It's not funny. I'm so even more sorry. All right. Yeah. So the next one is they often be called the last mermaid, the Haenyeo of Korea. But when I was there, so it's rude to call them grannies, but they are really grandmas. But I would say diving grannies. I'm sorry, Haenyeo. So what they do is they just free diving every day for 5 hours in the cold water, and they are so awesome. I came back, I dead tired, knocked out, and they just laugh at me what is this boy doing? And I'm sorry, they're good. Prove it yourself. And what I find, they always be called the last mermaid, but when I was there, I just can't really, I don't really think that narrative really accurately say what is going on there, because there's so much effort by many parties, the government, the creative entrepreneur, and or even young people, just to keep this practice alive. So here is a fine dining restaurant where they had the Haenyeo telling their story about when they were young, or even go into large, darker story like the massacre on the island, to keep their this cultural heritage alive. So I think that's awesome. What is the better words for that? That's my project. I want to do more, but that's all I have my money for.
Thank you, Shin.
Thank you, Shin.
So a question for you, Shin.
No.
Now you get one. So you've followed water through the stories of the more than human and the very complex entanglements wildlife has with human societies and culture. The stories of the more than human are also constantly evolving because, we're always learning more about how we live with them, right? Now, question is, how has your experience with these ecosystems changed your photographic practice, and where is it taking you?
During my early years, I just focus on the scientific side of things, looking into I just keep reading papers, how many percentage decline of this and that to use in my caption. But later on, I think one of the what do that word call? When that realization just really kind of make an impression on you. I was in an illegal shark finning factories in Myanmar, and I spent a week or 2 trying to get access into that. And when I was there, the people who are doing that young people. They just, I would say they also exploited themselves, and so I became more interested in like that relationships more than just like that statistic and number. And more, I just kind of like, don't laugh at me, but now I want to do some ghost story, you know. No, because like in many cultures, like the story, the folklore, like also shape the way that communities practice to be sustainable. So it's just like, yeah. I think I'm lost with my life, you know.
Yeah, you're just you're just following the water. But thanks, Shin. Jeez.
Thank you, Shin. Okay. So, water offers refuge. It's a sanctuary for life, memory, and regeneration as well. For some, it is home, a place of continuity and adaptation in the face of change. Malin Fezehai's project, Life on Water, explores how communities are finding ways to adapt to life on water, turning water from a threat into a foundation for survival. Malin is a Swedish-Eritrean photographer, filmmaker, and visual reporter whose work focuses on communities in displacement and adaptation. Her work has taken her across the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and the Americas, documenting resilience in shifting landscapes. Let's give Malin a round of applause.
So when I began this project, I began it with a question. And the question was, is it possible to sustain life on water? Because right now there is a pretty big discussion going on about cities around the world that are going to have to move because the waters are rising, and some of the ideas that are being floated around is floating cities. And so I wanted to look at traditional ways people had been doing it and modern ways people have been doing it. And so I went to 4 different countries on 4 different continents, and I started out in Benin, where I visited a town called Gambier, which is a town that's located in the middle of a lake. And this town was funded, got itself started by, during colonialism, when people were being captured into slavery. There was a rival tribe that believed that a demon lived on the lake. And so this tribe is called Tofino. They decided that they were going to take refuge on the lake because that was a way for them to escape being captured into slavery. And now there's about 20,000 people who live in this town, and they have cultivated different ways of surviving, like fish farming, and the city is about 20 minutes away by boat, and it's a community that has survived for hundreds of years and continues to thrive. And of course, there are certain challenges with living like this, but they're very attached to their way of life. And I also went to Bangladesh, and parts of the year, 40% of Bangladesh is underwater. And I went to the river Delta, where they have revived this kind of traditional way of floating farms, which has created a way of food sustainability for people. And during half the year, this whole area is underwater. And so they have elevated their houses, and they had just found a way to bring this way of farming back. And they're now trying to export it to other parts of the country as well. And these farmers are farmers throughout generations and would learn it from their parents and have really brought back this way of farming. And then I also went to Amsterdam to a community called Skonship, which translates into clean ship. And it was started by a group of environmentally conscious individuals who just wanted to create a sustainable way of life that was very eco-friendly and very community-orientated. And so they created about 40 houses, and they're completely self-sustainable and have their own sewage system, their own water system. But in the process of doing it, they also realized how expensive it was. And they had to come to terms with that this is probably not the most sustainable way of going about this, because there's only a certain amount of people that could be possibly doing this. And then I went to Lake Titicaca in Peru and visited with the Urus, who have been living on the lake for over like several hundred years, and they live on these man-made islands that last up to 30 years, and they are made out of something called tutora reeds. And on each island, there's about 5 to 7 families, and they have had solar power for over 30 years. And they used to be a more remote community, but now they have become more integrated into society and like welcome tourists more. But they are very much trying to sustain their way of life. And after completing this project, the answer to my question was kind of yes, it is sustainable to live on water, but the success depends heavily on the proximity to land. Because, like for example, with the Urus, there was a storm that hit these communities that just wiped entire communities away. And so after that, they decided they had to move closer to land. And that's it.
Thank you. So Malin, one of the things that the series did open up to us is the image of people living so intimately with water that they've changed and adapted so much over time, centuries. We want to talk a bit about that idea of adaptation on a personal level. We wonder, as a storyteller who has encountered so many communities who live intimately with water, what changes have these encounters shaped in your practice or your worldview?
I think that something I realized is that how protected we are from the elements. And when you're living on the water, literally, like there's not much protecting you. And so you just become inherently very connected to the elements and the seasons and the storms and the water levels and how much fish there is, and just much more conscious about the environment and what's going on around you, because you're just so exposed to it. And you're kind of at the mercy of everything that's happening around you. And so I think that I don't think necessarily people chose to live like this because they were necessarily trying to like adapt, but they've had to been forced to adapt because all of a sudden they don't have enough fish in the lake, or all of a sudden the tutora reeds aren't growing in the same way that they were before. And so they're trying to figure out how to adapt to that, and also dealing with some of the issues that we're all dealing with population growth and modernization, and how to modernize but also sustain your culture.
Thank you. Thanks, Malin.
Thank you.
Okay. So water moves in cycles, returning, reshaping, and reclaiming. It is both an end and a beginning. For communities resisting displacement, water is more than a resource. It is a force of reclamation, a witness to survival, and a path towards returning what was lost. In his project, Memories of the River, Pablo Alvarenga captures this powerful cycle, documenting how communities are deeply connected by memory to the rivers of their past as they face environmental destruction and displacement. Pablo is a documentary photographer and visual storyteller based between Sao Paulo, Brazil, and Montevideo, Uruguay. His work focuses on social and environmental justice, science, and climate change, working through a process of community-based storytelling. So, welcome, Pablo.
So I would like to start by asking you to imagine what comes to your mind when we think of the death of a river. In 2016, the Brazilian government built the Belo Monte. Although its translation is like a beautiful hill, it was actually at that time the world's largest hydroelectric dam. That hydroelectric dam was built on the Xingu River, and it changed the river forever. More than 20,000 people were displaced and become poor people in the outskirts of the city. Although this story has been told several times, it was told by charts and a lot of numbers that I can't understand. So at that time, Mariana Grave, Sol Sousa, and myself decided to tell the story through the lens of the people that were one with that river. For the interviews, we end up building some sort of vessel that was fueled by imagination. We asked the characters to close their eyes and to steer toward the river of their memories. And everyone in the team closed our eyes too, so we can see the landscape. This is a tiny part of one of these interviews.
8 mulheres. Mas nós era tão felizes. Meu pai gostava de cantar. Quando nós vinha chegando no porto de casa, ele cantava as músicas antigas. Sempre quando nós estávamos se aproximando, ele cantava. Na praia deserta, escrevo na areia o nome de alguém. E ele vinha cantando. Às vezes minha mãe estava lavando roupa e ele dizia: "Ei, minha véia, cheguei." Eu tive a melhor infância do mundo. E meu pai foi meu maior professor. Eu era a única filha que andava com meu pai no rio. De todos os meus irmãos, eu fui a única escolhida. Eu era a única filha que meu pai confiava sua traia de pesca. Eu me lembro quando nós chegávamos, ele dizia: essa terra hoje não pegou nadinha, Facinete. Te vira. Eu ia procurar os formigueiros, ia tirar 7 pimenta malagueta, e eu ia fazer a cura, a pastela do meu pai pegar peixe. Eu ia fazer tudo o que meu pai me ensinou.
In our society, we have photography, and photography works as an anchor for those memories to be saved from oblivion. But in places where photography is not so common, the land, the territory becomes that tapestry where the memories end up being anchored. But what happens when that land is completely erased and destroyed? So for this project, we wanted to breathe life back to these memories. So for example, Francine, what we did was to photograph them in that location. And then we print the pictures on site, and we gave them markers so they could complete what's missing in that memory. So in Francine's memories, his father, which is, let me try this, laser works, yeah. His father is fishing a 120 kilogram fish, which was the largest one at that time. And there were a lot of people were watching, even the army, because it was during the dictatorship. We met other characters like Raimundo, who can no longer fish because of his Parkinson. and he talked to us about a special star that it appears in some nights, and when that star came, it shined like if it was midday, and he knows he was gonna have a beautiful fish. We tell the story of Daniel and his mother who lost her brother, but also their land that was supposed to be flooded, but it wasn't. We told the story of Raimunda who lost their land and is now trying to reproduce that land in another place on the same river. And this is the kind of stories that are also part of a river and are also part of a river when it dies.
Thank you, Pablo. So a question for you too, Pablo. In this series, you've managed to bring to life the memories of a community, taking us back to a time before the cycle was broken by development aggression. Now, this community, they remember. But for those of us who do not live their memories, we can only dream of what is now possible for them. As a storyteller, what do you think exists between that space of the past and the space of possibility? And what new cycles do you think these communities can enter?
I think it's difficult to break such a strong cycle. They are now facing a cycle of learning to live far from the river, that it's part of them. But I like to see the Yanomami people in Brazil has a way, culturally, when someone dies, they burn and they destroy everything, all the belongings from that person, so that person can reach heaven. But Yanomamis are in many photographs today, right? And those photographs that have been published cannot be destroyed. And they know that. So it's a kind of collective sacrifice that they are doing in order to help future generations, right? So talking with these people, they see this the same way. It's not only about the story, but about breaking the cycle of greed of our society. Because it's very difficult to bring this river back to life, to where it was. But right now, Brazil, which is a continent, well, it's like a continent because it's so big, but Brazil, which is a huge country, that it produces more energy that it consumes, have on the roadmap like more than 400 hydroelectric dams coming. So I think that it's about trying to use storytelling to do what science alone couldn't do, which is to engage people, to make them act, and to make them take action.
Thank you so much, Pablo. Round of applause. So thank you, everyone. But I don't know how much time we have left, but we'd really like to open the floor to any questions. If any of these stories and themes resonate with you, we'd like to hear questions, but also anecdotes that you might have around, which of these stories kind of resonate with you guys. Any questions, perhaps? Hi, yes. Oh.
Thank you all. It's been a really interesting presentation. I had a question about, sorry I didn't get your name properly, but about the ama divers in Japan. Did you say that culture, that tradition was dying out? I was curious to know whether they were training younger generations to continue with that tradition, and just socially, like what the community thinks about it, like how long has it been going on for, that type of thing. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. So there are two notable communities for female divers. Ama in Japan around I think in Mie, but these one are Haenyeo of Jeju Island, South Korea. And so what have been happening is not that many young people are taking the profession, and also the change in terms of declining cash. And what are being worked on right now are the government has established the school for these divers to have young people come and learn about like their tradition, the practice to become professional, and they are fully subsidized by the government. And the henial divers also work with marine biologists on the islands to collect breeding stocks of the whatever they catch, like let's say a balloon, sea urchin, sea cucumber, to improve the breeding stock to replenish them like after being raised in hatcheries. And restaurants are like, let's say featuring, is that the right word? Featuring these henials in like their course meal to share their stories. So yeah, more young people are coming to take this profession now. But I didn't ask my friends there like how many are the number right now though, but they're coming. Yeah, is that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. But yeah, for AMA in Japan, I've been checking a bit, and not that many young people comparing to the henial.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Thank you so much for that presentation. The room was so still. It's like you captured our attention and you kept it flowing, David and Samantha. It really, like the work is compelling. And yeah, it's just, it's breathtaking in so many interesting, beautiful, but also sad ways. I'm wondering how people interact with your work. I mean, is it just in spaces like this? Where, you know what I mean? Like where else does it live? Where else does it kind of interact with the communities that you were documenting? Like who else? Like how do you get it out there even more? Yeah, so that maybe a little bit of what we've experienced in this room can be experienced by more people. I'm just wondering where it lives beyond spaces like this, you know?
Who wants to start? It's a question for all of us.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Unless you're like the central, what you're doing is a central thing. But I think if anyone else has any other interesting things that they're doing with their work outside of, you know, the curation that you're doing, yeah, I'd be keen to, yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, what we really do is, we always work with storytellers. We work with artists and communities. And essentially, it's always about them and their stories. And how it's played out for us, and, the influence of water, or influence that water has had on us is to become like water, to become like this tributary that opens up to as many different waterways as possible, and to really seek a plurality and an intersectionality, and more than anything here, the point is to see that all these stories are interconnected. It's not about, for now we start talking about water. We've always talked about water. We've always talked about life, right? It's to really see these connections that we have, and these connections only happen through encounters such as this, right? And this is also our first time in Africa, so thank you very much. And to answer your question, what we hope to see is what can come after this, who we meet, and what projects we can dream up together. But to answer the question about how Emerging Islands has, where else it has gone into so many different pathways and forms. We've done things like music videos, we've thrown queer raves, we've done panels and discussions like this, educational material. All of these are directions that we take, not on our own, not just on our own kind of volition or agency, but from the agency of communities and other storytellers. Yeah. But maybe to the other.
If I may add on to that, straight after Congress, the same cohort, almost every single one of them, are coming to participate in an exchange lab at Ekaya. Mua and Labdi particularly will be involved in that, just from a music, exploring how do we follow the water through music and with music, and from an African perspective. So that's the next step in terms of the presentation here at Congress, a further exploration exchange lab at Ekaya next week, and then from there, where do we take it from here? So that's one another thing that we're trying to, find a home or redesign the home or continue making it grow and live outside of this. Yeah.
Thank you, Noel.
Thanks,
Yes.
Noel. I was actually going to say all these things, but thanks for
Yes.
doing that for me.
Thank you.
But what's also interesting to notice that, as we go around meeting each other, right, we're doing all these projects, and it's not really just about iterating or making iterations. It's also about itinerating and moving from one place to another and gathering energy and, solidarity together. And what we've noticed here is that, African storytelling really has this exuberance, I think, and when we go and travel to different places, we hope that we can kind of accumulate all of these stories together, these energies together.
Yeah.
And so that's what we are here for. That's what we're going to do at Ekaya, is to dream and just make more stories, really, with you guys.
And I think to add to what David said, I think what's nice about being here in different places, again, this is our first time, is I'm still seeing how there's like a collective imagination or dreaming that happens where I'm hearing stories that I felt like I've heard before in the Philippines, and then I'm hearing them here again. I think just today at the discussion before us, someone said a line close to your feet still touch the ground, and that really touched me because a shaman that we work with in the Philippines had said that same line to us just a few months ago when someone asked, how do I connect to my spirituality? And our shaman said, your feet touch the ground, that's how you connect. And when I heard that line here, I was like, wow, we are all feeling the same things, telling the same stories, and that resonance is what inspires us to keep going, to keep finding connections like this, to keep moving through places and, platforming these stories, because it helps us grow and constantly find the right people, to follow the water with us. Yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Any more questions? No?
No.
You sure?
Last chance.
All right. Okay. All right.
No.
Well, thank you. Oh, no,
Wait, no
another
one wants to
question.
say something.
No. I was just waiting for you to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, thank you, everyone. We're so honored to kind of witness the many stories and images and sounds that are emerging here in Africa. And, we wonder where and how we can really move as one towards, creating a massive sea change around, the ecological issues of water. And to quote Auntie B in her powerful speech, she says that when we say community, we're really talking about a common unity. And, we have so many ecological issues that we're facing, and we really feel that we can rally together around water. It is an urgent thing. So thank you for giving us time.
Yes. And before I close, we have a closing kind of statement for everyone. I'd just like to let everyone know we left some postcards and stickers in front for you. So it's kind of like our business card as well. So please take one. You can check our website. You can email us as well. But before we close, I'd like to say that thank you, Noel, Pragna, and everyone for having us here, and thank you for being at our session. I'd like to give you a round of applause for making it to the end of the day. So to close, as the waves of the ecological crisis surely face us, we must build a boat, or rather a flotilla of boats, brimming with stories and strategies and songs. We are a global archipelago, and we must think, create, and relate as one, sailing towards the horizon, knowing that the end we seek is a new beginning, one shaped collectively as islands connected by water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Okay, quick housekeeping before you go. This evening, they're already setting up dinner, so it's a very relaxed, very quiet, I promise it's a very relaxed and very quiet evening. 6:30, there's sort of welcome drinks. At 6:30, there's welcome drinks. No, between 6 and 6:30, welcome drinks. We're gonna come in here for a quick brief showcase, 30 minutes. After that, it's dinner, and everybody, please be in bed by 8:32 p.m. Okay? We're starting very early tomorrow morning. I'm joking. But yeah, there's no partying tonight. There's no DJ. Hold on, and do me a favor. Please go to Swap Card, go to the on Match Made in Science, and please vote for your favorite scientist. Okay, those of you who attended the Match Made in Science, please go to Swap